God. What is going on, everybody? Well, look who made it to the party. Thank God. I was hoping I can make it. Dude, Firebrand. Oh my God, you've been missing in action, man. I hope you've been doing well. Good to see you, buddy. Trill, Wizzy, Mag, dude, how are y'all doing? I know I'm late. I know there's people in other people's channels. I totally get it. I'm just glad to be here because I literally thought I was gonna have to work. I actually have my laptop that my boss is like, you got to work from home. So I'm like, okay, I'll do that. So I haven't even eaten. I haven't even eaten, but it's okay. I'm just glad to be here. Nemesis, dude, what's going on, dude? How you doing, buddy? Leo, I almost forgot we have a monthly live stream until I saw this live video. Well, I'm glad. Like, that's the one thing I love about the restream, because I know Twitch is so bad about notifying people that most of my people will be like, oh, I got notified by the YouTube live than I did the Twitch one. So it's like I have Twitch people that, you know, message me on Discord saying like, dude, I really appreciate you restreaming, because sometimes like I don't see you on Twitch, but then I'll get the notification that you're on YouTube, and you know, then I'll go on Twitch and find you, you know, and it's just been you know, I'm just glad Restream is such a good product, especially a free one too, is at that. But I've been under the weather, a bit busy. Finally had some needed dental work done yesterday. Still feeling that, but not letting it get me down. It's live stream day, dude. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that you were feeling under the weather. There's been a lot of that going around, at least here in Texas. I mean, my wife's a nurse practitioner, so yeah, she kind of tells me all the deets as far as like people being sick or people feeling well. But dental work, I hate the dentist. Tooth pain freaking sucks to deal with, like absolutely sucks to deal with. So I hate that feeling of like that non-consolable, you can't, you know, like nothing you do helps. Like it's just the worst feeling ever. But guys, we are here. Let me see. I might have to do, I mean, usually I usually do it, you know, like full screen, like this. But yeah, 17 minutes, man. Oh my God. I honestly didn't even know I was going to make it. So like, I was thinking to myself, like, maybe I should have like a bingo card or something to that effect, you know, to keep it interesting. Luke, greetings from the Gray Sentinels. Cheers, dude. Hey, welcome, man. Thank you so much for coming by. Yeah, I was totally not thinking my boss was gonna let me come home. I really, but what was funny enough, the majority of my coworkers didn't even show up this morning. So it's like, fine, go be at home. Like everyone else is at home anyway. So it's, you know, Fane's got some fun stories for us with the testing for this, I guess. Oh, really? Well, I'm all for it, man. Like I really hope that they answer a lot of the questions we had. Speaking about that stuff, I gotta bring this up. This is from yesterday when I streamed. If you weren't notified, it's because I only streamed to Twitch yesterday. Sorry if my YouTube people, but I just didn't want to create a thumbnail, and I just wanted to stream, and it was a random stream too. It wasn't anything planned or anything like that. But I do want to kind of keep track of this, so that way whenever they're going over the node stuff, I have like these list of questions that I can say, okay, this was answered, this wasn't answered, you know, stuff like that. Luke, Dude, thank you for the sticker, dude. That's awesome. Like, keep it up, dude. Thank you, man. I will. Like, it's been a very rewarding experience streaming and doing content and, you know, doing the 1v1s and stuff like that. Like episode 99, I don't know if that's gonna happen today at 7. I'm not too sure. I'm leaning on the no side, but ultimately I'm just excited that we're almost there. You know, episode 100, you know, I memed yesterday, but like episode 100 is canceled. It's not canceled. But it is exciting to know that we're literally one episode away from episode 100. We have episode 99 and then the infamous 100 episodes. And it's honestly, for me, it's more so than just, I guess, you know, getting Steven on. It's the fact that, like, I can't believe I've been doing this for almost 100 episodes now. And technically, I've been doing it for more than 100 episodes because there's been 1v1s that I haven't even posted, that I haven't even released because, you know, there was just some that, you know, weren't the best of conversations. And, you know, when I ran it by the person that I did it with, and they understood and they kind of agreed, like, yeah, because I just didn't want it to be like embarrassing for people. So you know, because sometimes comments on YouTube, especially on the internet, can be quite mean, so I didn't want it to be like that. Oh wow, let me see what happened. Oh, the super chat finally came through. I was like, that was a massive delay. But yeah, thank you again, Luke, for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aren't you supposed to be at work? I am supposed to be at work, Roar. My boss let me work from home. Like, so I worked at work this morning, and then I drove all the way over here. So it took me about 30 minutes. Thank God traffic wasn't crazy. It took me 30 minutes to get home. So yeah. Yes, I did not call in sick. I did actually work. I'm actually still working. I have my work laptop right next to me. Actually, I should probably plug it in. Let me let me do that real quick before my laptop dies, because this stupid computer is just, all work computers are just, they die like instantly if they're not plugged in. Give me a second. Yeah, so it's $400. Well, this one's a Dell, but I mean, honestly, like, this Dell, like, its battery life is so garbage. It's so bad. But I hope everyone's doing good, man. It's, let me see, episode 100 canceled. Then we reached episode 200 for Steven. No, again, I meme. I totally meme. Ferocious, dude, what's going on, man? Good to see you, man. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Dude, this is, I am so hyped for this stream. You have no idea how hyped I am for this stream, because this is one of the big systems, guys. Like, this is literally, you know, let me put on the big one. This is the big one. You know, once we start seeing this stuff, we're going to start seeing node sieges. We're going to start, like, we've already seen, like, the caravan run. We've seen that from backwards and forwards, right? From start to finish. We've seen it in two different ways. We've seen it in a PvE perspective and a PvP perspective. And we've seen, of course, the raft, you know, transferring to the water, which is also pretty freaking epic. You see, everyone is already losing their minds. Hope it doesn't disappoint. It's not the fact that, like, I am more excited, Roar, for information. about this system. It's seeing PvP, we've seen it. Like, it's more so the information in the gameplay loop of what initiates it, what keeps it sustainable, what keeps it from being overdone. Like I am more excited about the informational part because it's so integral to, if this particular system, I'm not going to say fails, but if this particular system doesn't do a good job of balancing, it could be that kind of system that New World had where it's just so overdone and people get sick of it and then people don't want to do it. So we got a lot of info during the caravan stream, and it divided the community for a good month. Well, and this might do the same thing. I guess from my perspective, like I'm only trying to take it to me. I can't control what the community does. I can only control like what I do. But for me, from my perspective, I felt like the information we got from the caravan stream, both caravan streams were really freaking good. It was really nice to see those systems from start to finish. And I think, yeah, I do agree with you, Roar. I think any PvP stream is going to do that. I think, again, PvP is just such a divided thing. But I truly hope that they go more with the PvX approach with objectives than just PvP objectives. Like, I understand war is all about, you know, player versus player, but I think there's just more to it than that. So that could be stuff that they, you know, that they let us know about this particular stream. So I'm really excited just to see like what exactly they talk about and all of the things, because I feel like this is going to be a very dense live stream. I would not be shocked or surprised if this is a 3-hour live stream. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, this could potentially be a 3-hour live stream. And it will know right off the bat, because Margaret or Steven will be like, buckle up, guys. This is a long one, you know, because it just depends on like how much information they're going to be sharing with us, right? So, oh my God. Basically, we want more than just an attrition match. We want the PvEers to have a role in the war, and that's it. And I think they will. I truly think they will. But I don't want the PvE side just to be profession based. Oh, if you're a PvEer, then just craft shit or gather shit or process shit. I want it to be a little bit more than that, to be honest with you. Like, I want it to feel like, again, that kind of blend of PvE and PvP. And I don't mind if there's certain objectives that are all PvP or certain objectives are all PvE, but there should be that kind of blended approach, you know? Missy Gildies have said this could be a long one as well. I think it could. I truly think it could. Like, this could be over at 3 p.m. You know what I mean? Like, it could be a doozy of a one. And I think it should. It's just one of those systems that it's a very integral core system to Ashes of Creation. I hope it's long and in depth. Same, Randall. And also great to see you, by the way. It's been a minute since I've seen you. I hope it's no longer than 2 hours and to the point. There are some streams that I felt like could have actually been condensed. Like, a great example of that could have been the warrior or the fighter class. The fighter class stream literally could have been an hour stream, like 100%. But I think, again, just like with you watching a live reaction to a 10 or 20 minute video can go into an hour, that's sort of the same thing, right? And this is why I've always suggested to do all of the gaming stuff without talking and then do like a voiceover like after the fact. So you're not doodling or messing with stuff gameplay wise. Everything that's gameplay wise is very concise to the point and isn't like filler, right? That's what I'm, you know, I've always suggested. But I think, again, I think that's more for me and my approach. But a lot of people love the fact that it's very drawn out, right? They love the fact that it feels more natural gameplay instead of it being very curated, very edited kind of style. So, dude, I'm really work myself out from 6 a.m. to 11 since this is a day per month to rush my work. Yeah, I definitely know the feeling. Oh my God, did I already get Teams? Jesus, I'm still on lunch. Like, you're bothering me. Sorry guys, like I'm literally working from home, so just so everybody knows. Stiquino is bad. What? What happened? Wow, he doesn't support you, Vlad? Bro, it's crazy. Here, let me see.
Would I buy Vlhadus' OnlyFans? I wouldn't buy any OnlyFans. You're a sick person. Would I buy Vlhadus' OnlyFans?
What?
I wouldn't buy any OnlyFans. You're a sick person.
Hold on.
Would I buy Vlhadus' OnlyFans? I wouldn't buy any OnlyFans. You're a sick person.
Why, Q? What if I do something that I know will, you know, get you going a little bit? You know, then will you? Then maybe? Hopefully? I don't know. We'll see. But honestly, Q. Oh, dude. Fane, it's so good to see you, dude. And then he called me a sick person. What a bad person. Unbelievable, dude. Like, what's going on? Jesus. Trying to get people to my OnlyFans here. Like, what's the deal? It's pretty good content, you know? Oh my God. We're almost there, guys. 3 minutes. It's gonna be a lot of information. Fane, do you think this one's gonna be a long one? Do you think it's gonna be a pretty long stream, or is it gonna be a short one? I think it's gonna be a long one. Two minutes. We're almost there, guys. And again, I'm probably not going to talk that much just because I really want to listen. I really want to pay attention. So I'm not going to really be talking a lot during the stream. Just I always give preface. And guys, I've been meaning to tell y'all this and I keep forgetting. If, you know, I have a lot of my consistent people that watch me a lot right now on stream with me. Please, for the love of God, remind me before I end a stream to raid somebody. I keep freaking forgetting to raid somebody if someone else is online in the Ashes category. I always freaking forget. So if you see me like, hey guys, I'm gonna take off, I'm leaving or whatever, and you don't see me kind of raiding anyone yet, like be like, hey Vlad, remember, raid somebody. I gotta freaking leave a sticky note too. Like I gotta leave it like right here or something because I literally forget every time to freaking raid somebody. Let me see. Have you thought about your main and who they are in the world? I think my main might end up either being a ranger or a fighter. I'm still undecided. We'll have to wait and see. And it'll either be a Renkai, a Veiloon, or a Tolnar. Those are like my top choices. So many people are streaming today that standard watcher are spread out today between AOC channel, Loreforge, yours, Narcs, DeQuino, Jamie, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of people. That's what I mean. I know a lot of people try to support all the content creators, and that's really awesome. But for the most part, I think everyone's just really excited for this particular stream. So, you know, it's gonna be a doozy, man. I think, you know, like we're almost in a minute, 1 minute. Freaking get this going, man. Yeah, like I said, I know when it comes to the Alpha 2, I'm definitely going to try some like light roleplay just to kind of like, you know, dip my toes in and just kind of see how I like it and stuff like that. One of my friends was telling me that he used to roleplay, and honestly, he was turned off by it because the people that he was role-playing with took it way too seriously and demanded certain things from him. And so it was like, okay, this is weird. I'm just gonna stop. you know, so it's like, I guess it's super dependent on like the people you're around. But all right, guys. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. I don't think we're going to get a date, but.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our glorious Ashes of Creation May development update.
Tonight,
we hope that you've been having a wonderful month. Steven's looking extra cool today.
I'm sorry.
No, just kidding.
Yeah, no, I just want to explain real quick.
Yeah,
Super
go for
sorry
it.
about that. I have a small scratch on my right eye, and I'm super light sensitive right now, so bear with me. I know it. I have my cool shades on.
Everyone's going to zoom in on what they can see because we can see reflections here.
Oh, really?
The poor man alone.
But yeah, so you know, while Steven's looking cool, I offered to put some sunglasses on too, so we could have a vibe going. But
Oh, I'm cool with that. Yeah, you want to put some sunglasses on for sure? Let's go.
But we hope that you've been having a wonderful month. Of course, Steven is our creative director, and I'm Margaret Crone. I'm your director of communications here today. And as you can see below, we have a whole slew of things that we're going to be doing today. We did cut our art update because, let me tell you, the Node Wars preview section is going to be long, so it's going to be one of those buckle in. If you haven't grabbed some snacks and some water, maybe a catheter. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I can't hold my pee very long, Steven. I'm like super pregnant now. The belly is growing.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. We've got our next PvPer on the way.
Yeah, they're coming along. Oh my gosh. We need little Ashes onesies.
I know. Oh, that's
I actually have one ordered for my baby. I have an Ashes onesie that has all the Ashes logos on it.
We will also have our studio update. We'll talk a little bit about that, and we'll do some Q&A. We'll also do some Q&A right after the video. But yes, we have quite a bit planned for you. But before we get into that, we do want to go over our YouTube spotlight. So today's, if you didn't know, if you head on over to our YouTube development update pages, you can become a subscriber. Make sure that you are, it shows you as a public subscriber. Otherwise we can't see that you're a subscriber. It's really strange. And you leave a comment over there, and then we will select someone at random. And today we have Hilga Lord 7252
Might as well
with the
just put
question,
Vlhadus Gaming right here.
as we start to see more talent trees and abilities, I start wondering how AOC will handle unique playstyles and maybe different builds. For example, will we see unique items and or enchantments with support, which support a health instead of mana as a resource build, and with classes skill tree or class skill trees, augments, and weapon talent trees? Won't there be too many playstyles to balance? So it's really kind of a question: will there be a variety? And then the other part of it is,
how do you balance it?
How do you balance that much?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, so will there be a variety? Yes, there will be many varieties. You know, the approach with regards to kind of player being able to customize, you know, how their archetype and how their weapon and choices and gear choices interact with the broader ecosystem of other players and the encounter designs, right? Is to provide maximum flexibility for the types of decisions you can make as a player. Those are the types of scenarios I find most intriguing. From a balance perspective, where, you know, historically what we've talked about is we're not trying to balance everything. That is not the goal. This is definitely not a goal for it to be balanced in a 1v1 scenario. Our balance is definitely more focused around group composition. And when we say group composition, what we mean is having present a number of the archetypes, right? And those archetypes aren't going to stand on equal footing with each other. There is going to be a rock, paper, scissors design when it comes to innate advantages that certain archetypes have over each other. And giving or affording the customization options lets you flirt a bit with where your rock, paper, scissors lines live, right? Perhaps you are a little bit better against the rock, as a scissor would normally be. And that's because you've made certain selections in either your archetype skill tree, your passives, your weapon selection, your gear choices, right? Those are all pieces of a puzzle that interact with the overarching kind of balance choices between these different rock, paper, scissors designs. So, I think modern MMO gameplay has moved away from that. They want everyone to harness the same power from a 1v1 perspective. And I don't find that interesting. I don't find that MMO like. I think that it has its place,
He wants
but I
unbalance.
think that
That's what he wants.
it is a more compelling scenario to afford the player a bit more options when it comes to customizing their space within the world from a Trinity perspective, and having some innate built-in rock, paper, scissors design.
Fabulous, fabulous. Yeah, it's balance is always one of those things. You get asked it every time. And sometimes there are also, as we have game updates, you'll see things where some classes will be different than others, and we'll continue to change that and move things along
Right.
as we move forward.
And we kind of have to retrain this idea, right? Like a lot of people also,
Agreed.
have a similar question, which is like, I want to change my base archetype at any given moment, right? Or I want to change my spec at any given moment. The idea is that you are making choices, and those choices have consequences, good or
Mhm.
bad. Like your choice is relevant, right? And sometimes you need to live with that choice. And every scenario you come against, you're not going to be optimally primed for, right? It's going to be a
Unbalanced.
struggle bus sometimes, or it might be an easy breezy sometimes, right? Like it just kind of depends. We want to have that fluctuation in your encounters so that it's not always a breeze, right? You can't always predict how you're going to perform in any given situation. Sometimes you're going to have to make decisions strategically or tactically that you're not accustomed to because you can't predict the outcome of the scenario. And that requires that you're not always perfectly balanced for the world. You're not always perfectly balanced for other characters, other adversaries, or friends, right? That is something that keeps things a little bit more lively, I think.
And on that same or on like a juxtaposed note to that, there's still going to be customization within realms for your archetype that you will want to spec into, knowing you're going into a certain fight or into a certain raid or into a certain war, whatever it may be, and you may want to spec specifically and gear specifically, and have people set up in a way that makes the most sense for that.
Yeah, and that's the hamster wheel, right? Like that's where's your chase, right? What's your bis, right? And there isn't going to be a single answer on the bis front, right? You may have to chase multiple goals of end game gear, and the more you achieve on that front, the more prepared you will be for a wider variety of encounter design, for a wider variety of difficulty or challenge ratings that you need to approach, and having more of those options available, I think makes it an interesting and compelling progression story.
All right. And then the next thing that we have to discuss here is our dev discussion. This month's topic is cutscenes. So if you haven't headed on over to the forums, we always put up a new dev discussion about topics. This one is, when it comes to cutscenes, what entices you to not skip them? And tell us about your favorites and what makes them unique. And of course, just share your feedback, your thoughts on cutscenes with us. We'd love to hear them. We are exploring some areas where we may want to use them sparingly, but we would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
You know what? One of my favorite games and their cutscenes was, and it's a recent one, but it was Baldur's Gate 3. I thought they did
that game is just a
amazing
masterpiece.
job. Oh my gosh.
Chef's kiss.
It was
everywhere.
so good. The first cutscene that really got me, where I just started laughing hysterically, was Big Bertha in the barn.
That was
God. I know that scene.
I was
dying.
not expecting what was going to happen in that scene.
Okay, so you just said, what makes a good cutscene? One of those things is, hey, I did not expect to open that barn door and see what I saw. It was definitely captivating, but also cringy and also gross, but like totally unexpected.
It was one of those things where you're like, you're not going to forget it. But then I've
Yes.
also experienced on the flip side, I'm not going to call out a specific game, but you might know which game I'm talking about. There are some where it's like, I feel like the entire game is just like, I'm in a cutscene hell. And
Oh,
I'm like, I
yeah.
really just want to play the game and I don't want to be stuck.
Right.
This is not a movie. I'm not here to sit down and play a movie. I want to play.
I agree. Yeah.
So I think there's like a
and
balance for sure where
Final
you can
Fantasy 14.
find.
that
It's
is
like Final
that is
Fantasy 14.
definitely true. Like cutscenes, you know, you're not playing an interactive story. You want to be the story and not watch the story all the time. In
But I
MMO
like
space,
the
for
story in that
sure.
game that I'm referencing. It's just I
Yes.
also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just
Right.
want to play.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a balance. And of course, our next one is going to be on war/siege systems, which I think is perfect coming into this Node Wars topic that we have here today. And we also wanted to just remind you guys that we do a office hours. Right now, our wonderful community managers are over in Discord and they're doing a watch party. So if you want some company while you're watching, you can head on over there. But I know some people find that distraction or distracting. But we also do an office hours where this is something that I haven't really seen other companies do, but we have you guys join us and we ask you some questions and you're able to give your feedback to our development team through voice. So not only do we allow for dev discussions through forums and things of that sort, but we're also doing something that's a little bit more active where we're communicating with you in like a voice channel as well. And it's a program that we piloted and it's been going very well. And so if you're interested, stay tuned as we will be sharing what our next topic will be for that. And with that, I think we may begin prefacing
Yes.
next
Let
segment,
let us
is-
start the prefaces.
yes.
Yes, many of the prefaces. So guys, this is going to be a fun one. I think you're all going to enjoy this. I want to say, you know, this is a longer one. I think it's like almost an hour and 20 minutes. Is that right? Roughly.
Correct.
Yeah. So keep in mind, you know, some people say like, why are these presentations so long? Well, you know, this, despite what it may appear like to some people, this is not a marketing thing, right? We're not trying to acquire new users with this. We're not trying to make sales. We can't make sales right now. You know, this is our obligation and also our opportunity. There's 2 points there, right? Obligation and opportunity. One, obligation to keep you informed and abreast of progress for the game's development. That is, we are a public development process. We believe in that process. We think it's a good thing that companies should do, because ultimately there's no stronger relationship in consumer to corporate, like, you know, purview than that of a gaming company, right? It literally, as a player, you're the lifeblood of the company, right? So it's our obligation to keep you abreast of progress. On the second side of that coin, it is our opportunity to collect live feedback from you guys so that we can make sure the product we're making is going to be received in a way that is something you want, right? It's positively. It's yes, I'm aware of what you're building.
Give me that ooey gooey, crispy, crunchy, mouth watering. Give me that creamy, dreamy, meaty topping.
I just refresh it just to see. Maybe I just need to refresh
Better
it.
get you some. Try the trio before it's gone.
You are a select few,
Thank you.
unique cohort of people who take interest to the next level, right, of a game that's up and coming, right? Most people, they wait around for the trailers, they see the launch date, and they're like, all right, cool, I'll wish list this or something, right? Like that is the vast majority. So you guys,
If you're one of those folks, come back later.
Yes,
We'll have the
exactly,
game for you later. If you don't, if you're
Yeah.
impatient, you don't want to watch the
Thank you
journey,
for
that's
the
fine.
refresh.
that is a stage that is coming. There's no way that stage doesn't come, right? That is our launch stage, right? So it's like, understand that we're not skipping out on that. It's just we're adding an additional phase to it, which is this phase, the development phase that you guys get to participate in. So with that being said, remember that this showcase is a work in progress. It is work towards our alpha 2, which is a true alpha. We've talked about this in the past. Particularly 2 points. VFX and UI, those are in a very functional state, which means that they haven't received the level of attention that we still need to provide. That's polish, that's optimization, that's further fleshing out, right? Those things
Textures,
still need to be worked on. So
colors.
as you're observing this and you're thinking of your commentary and how you can best provide us feedback along the lines of this particular system, right? This gameplay loop, what you will be experiencing within the game, talk to us about the functionality of the game, of the node war system, the interaction between the mayor and the citizens, the objective-based gameplay within the open world, some of the ability designs, some of the effects that occur. Like, those topics are where your feedback is best used. If it is something about, UI looks clunky or visual effects soup is, indistinguishable, we for sure are aware of that. We know that that is still a thing that we are planning to work on and will be improved, right? So take that with a grain of salt.
We had a big discussion with VFX about that recently. So
yeah, absolutely.
They're
So
aware.
we will
Thank
improve
God.
there. But I think you guys are really going to enjoy this. I think the team did a phenomenal job in creating this. Chris Justo was a champion of champions as our node, our design systems team owner. He is a very exceptional individual. And he did a phenomenal job in spearheading a lot of the work that revolves
God, I'm
around
really excited.
the nodes and the node war system. So kudos to him. In addition, a lot of people on the team, from the engineering side to the art side, come together to obviously make Ashes of Creation. And what you're going to see today, I think you're going to enjoy. And what you're going to play soon in Alpha 2 is going to be a lot of fun. So with that being said, enjoy the show.
And the premiere is playing over on YouTube. You can check it out over there in 4K if you'd like, or you can watch us here. But please come back, because we will be gathering questions and answering those as well. So we'll see you all shortly. Well, in an hour and plus.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day in Vera. And today we have an exciting showcase, one that has been long in the making, probably one of our largest systems that we have actually shown to date.
Yep.
I know that there are a lot in the audience who are excited about what we're going to be talking about and what we're going to be showing today. Many of you have been waiting for this particular showcase. And I am joined by some pretty awesome developers who have made what you're going to see today a reality. Three of our glorious engineers, Kyle, Keenan, Zach. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Keenan?
Absolutely. Excited to chat with you guys about what it took to bring this particular feature to life. I know that each of you in your respective rights have had different purviews over this kind of massively multiplayer engagement, the unique system work that's involved for the war and the events itself, along with obviously combat and player movement for you guys. So a lot of insights there, which I'm going to be excited to chat with you guys about as we kind of go through this. Also, we have two of our glorious designers, regulars on the show. Chris, Trad, how are you guys doing?
There they are. Chris and Trad.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yep, I'm hyped for some PvP.
Ooh, some PvP and this amazing war system, Chris, that I know that you have been slaving away over the course of the last few months in helping to author and set up, and doing a lot of testing with our PI group and iterating on the system as well. A lot of hard work has gone to this. Gonna be excited to kind of showcase that off. And then, of course, no true project can be successful without the absolute amazing responsibility of production. We have one of our glorious producers here, Nathan. Nathan, how are you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm excited. This was a big step for us to put the massive back in MMO, and I'm excited to show that off to everyone today.
Dude. Look at
Excited to show it off too.
We got
Now,
Vex, we got humans.
many of
No
you
dwarfs yet?
may be asking yourself, where am I? What are we looking at? We are currently in the node of Miraleth, where I have been bestowed with the great honor of mayorship, leading these beautiful, wonderful people to success all across the Riverlands and Vera beyond. And we have recently gotten into maybe some interchanges that haven't been so polite with one of our neighboring nodes. And this can happen in the world of Vera. There are a lot of systems set up to provide players an outlet to kind of govern themselves, govern their relationships with each other. Come hither, Stephen. Winstead shall show you the way to win. Unbelievable. They are already trash talking. Look at this disrepute that comes from Margaret as the mayor of Winstead. We must respond in kind. Chris, what are some of the options we have available to us when our honor is being questioned as a node?
Yeah, so as you kind of alluded to, we're gonna declare war on them because they're big meanies. So we have to go through.
Can we rephrase that? It's not that they're big weenies. It's that
I said meanies.
Oh,
I said
meanies.
meanies.
They're big meanies. It's not that they're big meanies. It's that we must exert our dominance, and we can only truly achieve respect through power. And if we don't demonstrate that power to these peons that are at Winstead, then how will they know to fear us?
True.
That's a much more eloquent way to put it, Stephen. So we have to jump through a few hoops before we can declare war. We don't want mayors running around in Ashes of Creation just like perma-flagging the whole world into a state of PvP, right?
These people freaking get it.
So
Wait, some people just said, wait a minute. Yes, I do.
Well, it's going to cost you some resources to do that. So, Stephen, as the mayor, you have access to a special panel in your node UI.
All right, I pulled up my node interface. Now,
okay.
I must take this moment, as is normally the case, to remind everyone in our audience that everything you see here today is a work in progress. That means that we are currently working towards our Alpha 2, which we have announced for third quarter this year. So UI, visual effects, performance, just the general content within the game is in an alpha state. Please remember that as you see this. Things will continue to get better and continue to be developed. And the reason that we do these live streams and these development updates is to keep our audience abreast of that progress, but also to elicit necessary feedback as we iterate on these particular systems, because there are a lot of them. So sorry, Chris, I am in this node window, and I see that I have available to me some number of mayoral commissions that I can begin with.
Correct. Now, this tab is only available to the mayor, hence why it's called the mayor tab. And if you hit that button in the top right corner, the manage commissions button,
oh, okay. Very nice.
you'll see we have a list of commissions and a bunch of available slots for you to initiate. Now, these are much like regular commissions that I think we've shown off in the past. The difference here is the mayor is picking which ones are going to be available to players. And
okay.
when enough players complete them, the node gets a reward. Right.
Very good. So this is a bit different than your standard commissions, your non-mayoral commissions, because those are generated by the system based on predicates of the surrounding area from a narrative perspective. And this mayoral commissions are really more predicated on what the mayor needs to have done to collect resources or to enable certain actions such as war.
Correct. Now, additionally, like, more mayoral commissions will become available as the node progresses, and the commissions that are available will change based on how the node is built, right? So if you build a blacksmith, you might get some special smithing related commissions that you could elect to initiate for your players. But if you don't upgrade that blacksmith, you're not going to be able to do that.
Got it. Very cool. Okay. So I see here there's one called War Preparations.
And that's the one you're going to want to use if we want to go to war. So what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and initiate that commission, if you see in the top right of that panel, there's the some glint available. That's the reward players will get for doing this activity.
Oh, okay. Should I confirm this selection?
Go confirm the selection.
Okay. So when players complete this commission, they do their part, and this is essentially them buying on to this choice.
Correct.
Got it. So so it's not just unilaterally, and obviously, guys, as you're watching this, some of these system designs are in an effort to provide these gameplay loops with the resources that we have available to us at this stage in the development for Alpha 2 purposes. Long term, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, how some of those designs will change and incorporate other systems which we are still pending development on. But here, the players that are citizens of this node must opt in with the mayor's decision by completing this commission in order to grant that power. And for their participation, they're getting rewards as well.
Absolutely correct.
Very cool. And so what are these awards they're getting?
So they're going to get some glint, which we've also shown off in the past that they can turn in for money.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're getting paid. Very cool. Should we select any other ones here too?
Yeah, I mean, they all offer a varying breadth of things, right? The primary thing we're rewarding through mayoral commissions is what we call node buffs.
Right.
And these are benefits that are applied to your zone of influence. So, for example, you might want to do a mayoral commission that increases gathering speed for 24 hours in the node. And if enough players do that, you guys get that benefit.
Okay. Let's do the building foundation. Because I'm not all about, as a mayor, just war, right? We must make safe the grounds around us as well. Let's get rid of some of those goblins. And perhaps we should acquire some forages. Okay, cool. So we have a number of different commissions now that are available to the players.
Correct. Now, if you want to close out of that window and walk over, this is our fancy mayoral commission board over here.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
And if you interact with it, it'll show the commissions that are currently that you've initiated.
Nice. Now we have obviously a fire that's closest to the door, being of course our war preparations, because honestly the shifty characters over at Winstead really can't be trusted, especially in the proximity they are to our node. So how am I going to go ahead and complete this?
So first, accept the commission by clicking on it.
Got it.
If you notice, it's popped up in your objective tracker.
All right.
And I believe it says turn in 20 T1 materials. Do you have enough T1 materials, Steven?
I think just by pure coincidence, I happen to have exactly 20 that are available. Yes.
So this little treasure box next to the commission board is where you can turn in.
All right. Ah, okay, very cool. Yes, I will turn in some of my stone, and I got my reward. Objective is now complete.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Now, currently, for the sake of this showcase, that mayoral commission is set to only require one player to complete it.
Oh, okay.
So that we can, speed things along for us, and we don't have to wait, a couple of days for hundreds of players to do this. But
that is the intent, right? Is that these commissions do require a heavy opt-in from the player base, in the order of magnitude being hundreds of these commissions needing to be completed.
And that'll depend on the scope of the commission, right? Mm-hmm. So some commissions with very minor effects might not require a large amount of players to complete them, but something like going to war will require a larger amount of players and a larger amount of dedication per player.
Got it.
Awesome.
And we have our company of ready, able, and willing citizens here to provide the support we need in order to succeed in our war preparation. So hurrah to you. Well done, everyone. Okay, so now that we've effectively completed the commission.
Yep. So if you want to press N again to open up that node UI.
Got it.
you'll notice that there is a completed tab next to your node UI, which
Nice.
shows that enough players have done the activity for you, and now this commission's on cooldown. So when your hand re-rolls once a day, if that commission cooldown is longer, you will lose that slot, and you won't be able to use that commission until that cooldown has ended.
Oh, very
So you
nice.
can't keep
Okay,
the
so
machine.
obviously the mayor needs to be somewhat prudent in the choices that they're making. Even if they do get the opt-in from their citizens, there is so much power they have available to them to affect that change. It is governed to a degree by some time.
Exactly.
Cool.
But
Very
now
good.
that we've completed it, you've received, as a result of this commission, a war
Cat,
token
put that
specifically
question
for
in
the
the AOC
territory
chat.
war type of war. So if you want to go ahead to the
That's a
node
good question.
relationships tab,
Ah, okay.
you'll notice there's a list of nodes here, specifically Winstead.
I do see that.
And if you want to go ahead and click on that declare war button,
Oh.
we won't do it. We won't do it right now, but just to show you the steps here that you would take.
Level 3.
That declare war button there, and it shows there is a couple different types of war that you have access to.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Oh, okay.
All right.
What
So,
type
so
of-
territory control obviously makes sense. Test node war is obviously one of our QA testing war types. There will be a number of different war types that are available that we'll talk about in a little bit as well.
Awesome. Well, so Steven, now that we have what we need to declare this war, do we want to go over to Winstead and kind of rub it in their face?
Yeah, I think so. I think that would probably make sense. Let me give a quick inspiring speech, if I can, of course, to our glorious citizens.
I got a pee so bad. Give me a second, guys.
What's the name of our node? This is Miraleth. Miraleth. Miralethians. Noble, great, and honorable Miralethians. Our city has been denounced by a rival node, the Winstead node. They know nothing of our ways, of our people, but they know something not good. And fear. Anguish. There, thank you. Fear, anguish. Well done. You're one of my lieutenants. Well done. Fear, anguish. They will know that soon enough, for they chose to stand against the will of Miraleth. Let us go forward and teach them the ways of our people. All right. We've done this. Miraleth, best prepare your brooms. You'll need them to sweep up something. I didn't get that broadcast. Margaret's just loving the trash talk. Oh, sweep up our ashes. Well done. Well done. So, Chris, where are we planning to go?
Well, we were going to go to Winstead, but I think we have company.
We have company. Wait.
We have unwanted company.
Have they been spying on us? Who are these people?
Well, they're not affiliated with us.
They would dare to come to our town like this after we've just laid the gauntlet of war down?
Well, you haven't declared the war yet.
Oh, I haven't declared. Should I declare the war?
I mean, I feel like this is an optimal time to declare the war because we might get some easy kills.
You know what? I think you might be now. Okay, now of course, they can't hear or know what we're gonna do here, but
They have no idea what's coming.
No, they have no clue what is about to happen. But the territory control node war. Talk to me first, Chris, a little bit about the territory control node.
Yeah, so we'll get into some of the more depth of war while we're walking, but the territory control war, as it kind of sounds, is about controlling territory, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to flag us against each other, the citizens of our node and the citizens of the node you declare on, and then we'll do battle over certain POIs in both of our zones of influence and gain control over them based on winning those events in those POIs. And once we've accumulated enough victory points, we'll win the war, which gives
Best out
our
of something.
zone
That's how
a
I figured
big
it
buff
was.
as well.
I approve of the node war, and let us destroy them in 3, 2, 1. Oh, get them!
Oh, wow, they're red.
Oh no! Oh dear!
There's Vacnar. Get him.
Did we get them?
I think we cleaned him out.
Oh, put a wall up.
I don't know where the dragon went, but
That's the tank, I'm sure.
that sounds like a future us problem.
Sure, that won't come to bite us.
I think we did destroy them. You know, I think I'm missing my blink. Where is my blink?
You gotta close your eyes and then you open them again.
No, not that blink.
Top
And
right.
my bubble. Oh, there they were. And I should probably get this arcane eye. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so they tried to stop us, but we can't be stopped. Where should we go now?
Well, so before we run off, open up your node relationships tab again,
Okay, got it.
and you'll see there's an active war, and we've earned some points in this war. If you go to the top of that, yeah, right there,
Okay.
and we have
was a
5
big
points because we killed 5 people.
Oh, nice. Okay, so during the war, obviously we have available to us this this that tracks kind of performance, and each individual player can track
Witness
their
the
performance
God
within the
spike.
war as well.
Correct.
Okay, and then it says earn 1,000 victory points in order to win the war.
Correct. Now it's the end condition of this war. Now victory points are earned via kills and earned via completing objectives.
Okay. All right, cool. Awesome. Now, the event that it talks about, talk to me a
Yep.
little bit about that event.
So open up your map and scroll yourself over to, you'll see that, scroll to the left there, and you'll see there's a big circle around Highwayman Hills.
Oh, harness the God spike.
Active players 31.
Currently, it says active is 31 players. Does that mean they have 31 players already there?
That means they already have 31 players there. We better get a move on.
We need to go. Let's start moving.
It is looking good.
Let me see if I have a little horse that I could summon.
Did he just mount up while running?
Did I? Where'd my horse go?
And I'm being
Where's
left
my
behind,
horse?
Steven.
I know. Oh, here we go. I got it.
God, Twitch is so bad.
Okay. So, talk to me about the different types of war events and war types.
Yeah, so war types are going to be pretty predicated on what they're actually delivering to the winners and losers, right?
Node events, those are some of the more high player density types of gameplay loops. Talk to me a little bit about some of the difficulties you had on the performance side, working with tech art, engineering, and artists to kind of get performance where we needed it to be for this higher player density.
Oh yeah, for sure. For performance, it's really been a refinement of our pipelines and processes and workflows with a pretty tight iteration loop on, testing, profiling, like auditing those profiles, like seeing what we're at, and then like correcting things that need to be corrected. And especially with an MMO, we really have to support like a large array of player experiences. So the game has to run great whether, you're a solo player or you're playing in a group, and then it also has to run great for, big events like these where there's going to be upwards to 100 players sometimes, right? So it's really been all hands on deck from all the disciplines to refine our current existing standards and make sure that we can hit performance while continuing to look good.
Awesome. Well, I have arrived at what I believe is our headquarters, and there appears to be a significant portion of our garrison from the node that has arrived here, our guards. Where is the rest of our group? Oh, you guys should meet. Let's meet up here if we can at the headquarters, and let's do some planning. I'm sure there's some significant strategies that we can employ. Right, Chris?
Oh, yes, there is. So, the lowdown. First things first is, if you look at your objective tracker, there's some stuff going on.
Okay.
We need to gather imbued blood and imbued materials. Now, imbued blood is going to drop off bandits that have this glowy particle effect to them. And imbued materials are going to drop off ruby caches that are all around the POI.
Okay. Well, let me...
And we have to do that before the enemy team.
I see.
If they complete it before us, we still can finish ours, but we'll be behind and they'll be on the victory condition.
Okay,
Jesus.
so we're looking for these imbued bloods and the imbued material, and the bloods come from the bandits in the area.
Correct.
Okay, and the material are rubies that are kind of spawned throughout this particular zone. And let me open up my map real quick.
Yep. So marked on your map is all of the ruby locations, but the bandit locations are not marked.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the bandits are kind of sprinkled throughout the area, and these locations here that I'm hovering over, these imbued material caches, those are spawns around the area, and presumably that's where the enemy is going to be located as well, because we're all trying to acquire these in order to progress to the next stage.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, cool. Okay, so we should probably split up into 3 teams. If you are in party group 4 or group 5, you're going to be responsible for trying to acquire the ruby. So you're going to be going to those imbued ruby cache locations. Your primary objective is to avoid interacting with the enemy. You do not want to engage the enemy. If you see them, run. You're just acquiring these resources and trying to bring them back to where, Chris?
You got to bring him back here and talk to good old Scholar Thompson.
Okay. All right, cool. So you guys in group 4 and 5, you're going to acquire those. And probably if you're a ranger and can be camouflage, it would be beneficial for you to go out and try to acquire those. If you're in groups 1, 2, or 3, you're going to be running cover while killing the bandits. And then when they get the bandits' bloods, they're bringing those back as well.
Sorry, what was that? I was multitasking, Steven.
No worries, no worries. when they grab the bandits' blood, they're bringing those back as well.
They are bringing those back as well. Now, worth noting, they do drop on death, so if you end up with too much of them, be very careful.
Okay. Guys, I think before we head out, I'd like... Hold on. Let me get in a good position for you. I'd like you to all gather around in front of the dragon. I'm going to give you an inspiring buff. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, I know that this venture would strike fear in the heart of normal men and women, but not in the hearts of Miralethians. Go forward. Bring back the trophy that is... Oops, hold on. Bring back the trophy that is the blood. Go forward. Let us move.
Let's get them, lads.
Get them. Okay. So where are these bandits at that groups 1, 2, and 3 can go? Oh, I see some over here.
Yeah, they're going to be all over the POI. They've got this lovely little glow to them to signify their importance.
Okay. Cool.
And if you come over here, we got a nice little cache of rubies as well.
Where's the rubies at?
Just
Oh, I see.
West.
I'm just kind of I'm kind of watching out for the enemy while you guys are harvesting those rubies and killing the bandits. Ooh. Very nice. So far I don't see any. I see this light emanating from the center of this area over here.
Yep.
Is that the God Spike?
That's the God Spike. Now, that is what we are gathering these materials for. And then we're going to channel these materials into harnessing that like raw power that's emanating from the center of Highwayman Hills so that we can steal the node experience and get ourselves a nice little luck buff in the POI after we win, because we never lose.
We have some enemies over here that I can see. We should probably get groups 1, 2, and 3 over here to interrupt them. It looks like is that us with the progress of 2?
That is us with the progress of 2.
Okay. All right. You're taking the lead.
Let's see. I'm running back a small stack of materials here.
Let me see where the raid's at. Okay. Looks like we are bringing in a bunch of materials. Talk to me, Nathan, about what this process has been like from a production standpoint.
Yeah, it's been a super interesting one for us. Like, games are really always these really janky combinations of software and art and design, and all of these things are kind of coming together in a way that makes them inherently difficult to put out to the public. I've had my fair share of rocky launches in the past, and so what we've been really focusing on this time around is making sure that we're kind of honing that process early to try to make Alpha 2 day one as smooth as possible. Obviously it's going to have some hitches, but this has been a really good opportunity for us to get in the habit of pushing a build out, getting feedback from people around the world, figuring out like what's wrong with their specific setup at home, so that then we can identify those issues, triage those issues, fix the ones that we can in order for us to push a build out for the next round of playtesting, which we've been doing every 1 to 2 weeks for the last couple of months, I think. And so that's been, like, from a production standpoint, a really awesome kind of test run for us to get in the habit of this, like live service game that we're going to be supporting for a really long time. So that's been a lot of fun. A lot of work, but it's good.
Oh yeah, you guys done a great job on the production side of this. This feature is obviously a very, very detailed and encompassing feature. Touches a lot of different pieces. I see we have some great uses of the tank wall.
God,
some of you from APOC may be remembering that particular wall. Oh, we're having a significant little battle over here.
Yeah, that's been one of the things we've been trying to work on, right, is making sure that those objectives really help funnel the people towards those points of conflict. I think what was interesting here is some of our earlier iterations had us, it was kind of like this phase 1 where people just kind of PvE'd the whole time, and while we want to find that balance between PvE, PvP, where we become this really PvX game.
Dude.
And so that's been an area of focus for us, is like making sure that these objectives are things that people want to interact with and then fight over.
This is a good little fight. Oh, I'm getting hit hard. I think I lost one of my abilities. Let me grab it back. There we go. Oh, I see Dread, and he's down.
Only took 10 of you.
Unbelievable.
It's the skill difference.
Focus fire, Anduin. Ooh. Perfect. Let's move forward.
Social media, man.
Let's keep pushing. Go on, Neris. Oh, I got rooted. There we go. And slowed. Oh, there's Margaret.
Oh, get her.
She's on the dragon, though.
Slash nuke?
No. Okay, we're pushing them back. I've got Brian on my target.
I think he's a tank. He wants you to target him.
Oh god. Oh god. Need help. Backed out.
Yeah, I
Protect
feel
the king!
wildly in danger.
All right, let's get the group around me if you can. I'm going to use one of the mayor abilities to give us some offensive power. And Chris, as I do this, talk to me a little bit about this ability.
Yeah, so
Go forward.
different node types have different mayor abilities that can be used in different scenarios, right?
That's
so what you just used is the war ability afforded to a scientific node.
Push.
And those abilities give a very large mitigation and damage buff to the players within your range when you use them.
How long does that ability last?
I believe the buff is 5 minutes. Our wonderful Dr. Bucky made those for us.
Oh, he got away.
They're flanking
no.
on the bridge.
On the bridge? Coming back around. Oh, they are. How's the progress going? 76 for them, 15 for us? Oh my gosh.
No,
No,
we have two objectives, Steven. The
Oh,
top
God.
one is we're at 15 out of 100. The bottom one, we're at 76 out of 100.
Oh, okay, perfect. That was concerning.
But you'll notice there is an enemy progress bar right below that too to show how far along they are.
Good call.
It looks like they're slacking though.
Okay. I've got a couple flankers over here. TP Noodle. Ooh, that's a good little blink.
It's also been really fun to see the metas kind of evolve over these playtests. We had a point where there was the tank wall ability was a little too strong, and got a chance to fix that before the recording, and that's just kind of been a really fun process over the last couple of months here. Cleric, thankfully, still OP for me, so you love to see it.
Yeah, that cleric is very strong.
Cleric will always have a free pass at being OP, and it's one role that it excels at, if nothing else. It's got to be the best healer.
I got Fant MX down. Let's get
That was
not
nice
off.
of him to let you do.
I know, right? He's almost dead.
Like Trad, Keenan, I'm curious if there have been any you were talking earlier about some of the surprises that have come out of the playtesting. I was wondering if you guys had any examples of things that you weren't expecting but saw when we started really putting this combat system to the test.
I mean, nothing that we weren't really expecting completely, but it has definitely been a huge help, just like uncovering smaller imbalances here and there. Like the wall thing that you mentioned, for example, was a thing we actually knew was an issue and had fixed on another build, but like it was still funny seeing that get completely taken advantage of it. And it like showed some interesting strategies, like how people would use them to zone each other in these little hallways and almost create your own effective little corridors on the open battlefield. So we definitely want to see some of that sort of thing. It's just a matter of balancing.
I still want to know what the purpose of the node war is, game-wise.
I think I died behind enemy lines.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Mayor's down.
Don't worry, guys. I
Overextending over
turned
there.
in. Don't worry, guys. I turned in 2 blood.
Oh,
I
putting
know.
in so much work,
Yeah.
Nathan.
Yeah.
We still need more of the imbued bloods. That's the bandits, right?
That's the bandits. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna try to find some bandits to kill while you guys continue to hold them off. We need more people on bandits.
Yep, and bandits for this event are a little bit more scarce, but respawn a lot faster than the rubies, where the rubies are a bit more plentiful, but have a much slower reset rate.
Got it.
There's my healers. Coming in at the last hour.
Not finding any bandits.
They killed them all.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's a definite balance between targeting the PvE objectives and then PvP because the drops that you need to turn in also can drop from players. So sometimes you'll want to gank people that you see because they might have some of the stuff that you need to turn in for credit toward the war.
See the God Spike.
But it's also really easy to get trapped in long, drawn-out PvP engagements and let the enemy team just grind out resources.
And that's part of the strategy is like, you know, sometimes you'll want to tank up and have a bunch of people distract the group from doing the objectives while you're sending out those little side squads. We've done that a few times in our own testing for sure.
Found some bandits.
Oh no. Oh, that's us. Never mind.
Alright, getting some bandit bloods. Oh, there's an enemy here.
An enemy in a PvP zone? That's crazy.
Oh no. I might need some help.
Jesus.
So it's looking like at least Winstead is done with the rubies, so we need to focus on bandits now. So there's going to be a lot of competition on those.
Yeah, we're done with rubies too, so you're in danger.
What is this PvPvE?
Steven, you gotta move, man. You're a mage, you can move and cast.
Oh, I'm getting shot from above. All right, we got some bandits over here. I'm gonna go turn them in.
And just do you want to talk about some of the other use cases that like we're hoping people will incentivize people to want to engage in war?
Oh, please.
Yeah, I mean, we have like the goal here is kind of twofold for war, right? There is the player reward side of it, and then there's the like node reward side of it. Obviously, we want players to be invested in nodes and invested in what they have and what they can do. So, you know, those things are relics, they're services, they're resources, and, you know, these wars can deny and even steal those things from other nodes, but also they're personally rewarding, right? Like, we want to make sure players are getting something immediate for themselves, because obviously we know most players aren't going to run a node, and not every player is going to be invested as nodes as some other players.
Yeah.
So, you know, those personal rewards, as we've talked about a little bit, in the case of this event, will result in a buff farming in this POI. So if there's some sweet loot that you're looking for from this POI, winning here is really valuable because you're higher odds of getting it in the future, or, you know, while you're farming here post this event.
Yeah,
on top of your...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, on top of your traditional, just like some XP and some glint, you know, and potentially those kinds of things, and node currency.
Well, and that's been kind of like a big part of these. So I think we talked about this actually last time we were talking about nodes during the Caravan livestream, but that's been a big part of the design ethos of the nodes team, is like making sure that there are a lot of reasons to participate in nodes, so that you don't just, like, node participation isn't just relegated to that like top 1% most active, most attentive players. Like you can still you still have reasons to contribute and participate for on a lot of axes.
Well, and it's also about making sure that like you're not just doing it out of the good of your heart, right? You're doing it because you're getting something for your player progression immediately. And you can let like the big brained kind of Zerg leaders manage the more high end.
Right.
Holy smokes.
Dude, that dive was insane.
I just ran into a maelstrom. We had some flankers over here. Did not work out for them.
Well, it feels like they're like outnumbering us. Are there any planned protections for just Zerg v Zerg fights for large scale PvP?
You know, some of that comes down to how we design the events, right? But some of it also comes down to combat design. This event in particular, we're trying to fan players out by having lots of small things they have to do. And then at the end, when we need to fight over this, channeling this God Spike is when Zergs are supposed to come together, right? So creating a place for Zergs to have something that they want to do, because there are people that do like Zerg combat versus people that prefer the smaller skirmishes.
I think really the way you incentivize it too is like there's no stopping players from Zerg v Zerging if they want, but if the objectives reward maximally, like splitting your forces, and ways we do that is we'll create simultaneous objectives in very highly different areas of the map. So if you're a one big Zerg ball, you might be winning your encounters, but you're not winning at divide and conquering, so to speak. So eventually, like, players will learn, like, yeah, if we play this way, we're not going to be as effective.
You need more imbued blood.
Yeah, we're falling really far behind.
Oh no.
Those are the off of the bandits.
Those are off the bandits, right?
Maybe we should break up and have everybody kind of try to get the bandits.
Yeah, I know a pretty good spot for the bandits, but it's kind of in dangerous territory.
I think at this point we have to take the risk. The enemy progress is pretty high.
I do believe danger is all of our middle names, so this should work out.
True.
All right, so it's just south and west of the enemy's camp.
Okay. Let's try to move south and west. South and west.
I'm not gonna make it there. Social media man, why?
Social media man.
Truly the bane of everyone's existence.
Dude, that guy's got a crazy KD on me.
Oh no. Gotta work on that nemesis system, right?
That's right.
Well, I got him though. Right in time for Cryo to kill me.
From Hell's Heart.
Okay. Who's our raid leader? I need a raid invite. I just saw a ranger run past me in Biz. That was concerning. Mildly concerning.
I'm in danger.
Who's our raid leader?
I'm not sure.
Is it Vaknar?
Vaknar's on his way.
I think so, Leo.
If Vaknar can give me
I think
a
you can do that.
invite. Oh,
Oh no.
they've beaten us to the channel point.
So now things become even more challenging for us because we've got to balance holding them off of the objective while also trying to get more resources. So this is a tough spot for us to be in for sure.
Yeah,
Now-
this is rough. Now we have ways to deal with that, though, right?
Now there is some built-in catch-up mechanics. In a few minutes here, some scholars are going to spawn across the POI. They'll be marked on our map. And they're going to increase the time it's required for the enemy to channel and drop a hefty amount of the materials we need to turn in to be able to channel ourselves.
Okay, that's good.
So, but these guys are, you know, group difficulty for people above at our level. We're definitely not going to be able to send just like a small squad of 1 or 2 people.
Where are those? Where we should gather up? Gather up at the headquarters.
Yep. Looks like they're popping in right now. If you look at your map, they're these little red swords.
Okay, let's get the team to kind of regroup. Let's regroup at the headquarters, and then we can try to make our way to those locations. And what are those again?
Those are scholars that are helping the process of channeling. So if we kill them, it'll make it slower for them, and we'll steal some of their materials.
Got it.
I am grouped up at the base that also has a respawn point. They are not related facts. I definitely didn't just get killed by Trat.
Oh no.
No, that can't happen.
No, Trad's never killed anyone in his life.
I'm a pacifist fighter.
All right, let's head out.
All right, so there's going to be a scholar over here. Looks like some of our guys are already engaging it.
All right, let's go. Let's do
Oh,
this.
we got it.
Oh, we actually already killed him.
You'll love to see it.
Nice.
Now they're really taking their sweet time going to channel, though.
That's good. So we've killed 1 out of 4 of the scholars.
Yep. I'm heading to the next one right now, but I'm gonna need some healers.
I'm gonna keep an eye on them, see what they're doing.
Justo, you have my focus wand?
No,
Sword?
Trad's here camping me.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Okay, they're definitely about to channel. Or they are channeling.
I need heals.
I think we might need to
Wheels
try to
down.
interrupt their channel.
All right, Dread's down. We got to take the scholar down.
Yeah, we got a good group here.
They are. Is that so? The progress bar, is that their channel progress?
That's their
That's right.
channel progress, yeah.
Oh no.
So it should have just gone down. We just took one of the scholars down.
Nice.
And killing all the scholars effectively doubles their channel time.
Okay.
We've got 2 scholars left to kill if we can hold them off long enough.
And yeah, we're almost at 100 of the imbued blood, so we still need people killing the bandits while we delay them with the channel.
Nice.
Yeah,
I've engaged the
2%.
next one, but it seems like no one followed me here.
Oh
I'm gonna check out their.
I'm right here with you, stuff.
Check out their headquarters.
Oh no. I'm in danger. Here, turn on these guys.
Oh no. I'm gonna see if I can try to distract them.
I'm at like 50%.
Goat, I think, is the one. Oh no, Keenage. Keenage is the one. He's almost at 50%.
No. Leave me alone.
We need to take out Keenage.
Nope.
Where's the squad? It looks like all.
We're coming in.
Don't mind me.
Oh, we only need 2 more. We only need 2 more blood.
Hey, I'm just vibing over here. What are you guys doing?
What the
All right,
heck?
we gotta clear.
Uh-oh.
We have to clear the enemy team off the God Spike to be able to channel.
I did a little dive bomb on Keenan. But I don't know if anybody
Oh
here to
no,
follow
that's a
up.
lot of red. Oh
I'm
god.
on my way.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Nice.
Oh,
Good
Keenan's
retake.
down. Okay, there we go.
Hell, well.
All right. We've got some clerics on the point if we want to have people try to channel.
Really, it would have been embarrassing to lose to a ranger, you know?
Oh, no. They're definitely pretty injured.
All right.
If we
It's
can push
Xeonin.
in.
Keep heals on Xeonin.
Take my buff. We'll see if I can dive bomb them again.
Got the pocket heals?
I'm down, Nathan. You got the pocket res?
No.
I'm never having you on my team again, dude.
Oh no. Xeonin left. Are you even in the raid, bro? How am I supposed to res you if you're not in the raid?
Nah, I fell out of the raid.
Oh man. Well, it sounds like a skill
Okay.
issue.
Looks like we're channeling.
Oh, we dropped a channel?
Damn, that does damage.
You better heal your channeler. It's gonna be death from above.
Oh no.
I'm trying.
Let me give you some of my mayoral abilities.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Oh,
Big buffs
wow.
coming through.
Push,
Love it.
push.
Oh no.
I'm super stunned. Why,
Got him.
Trad? Why?
It was worth the death.
Dude,
I
this
had
looks
to.
pretty freaking fun.
It's like he doesn't even want me to play the game.
Gotta go Zerg diving every now and then.
Keep pushing.
All right, Eli's our channeler. Get them heals on him. We're pushing, nice. So these mayoral and dragon abilities are pretty impactful. Do you, combat team, y'all want to talk through like what you guys were going for there, what you're kind of seeing these look like as we kind of move forward and do A2?
Yeah, I mean the point at least of the flying mount having such powerful abilities is there's only really expected to be one of them per side, in at least wars like this, you know, because these would be more exclusive to the mayor. So they're intended to be really impactful, and also a high priority target because you can kill the mount and you can kill the rider. So it's on the mayor to be very careful, like when they're putting themselves, you know, in danger, to activate these abilities because they themselves are such a high priority target.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, how are we doing on the channel?
Not good.
We keep getting pushed off of it, unfortunately.
I think like we need to try to organize everyone to move along the left side and try to push into them. Let's see if I can give us one more ability. Here's some. Let's try to push together.
Yeah, basically it is like BS that interrupted these.
Nice.
I need some pocket heals on Winstead.
Don't do that.
Trad, stop trying to kill our channelers. It's not nice.
It isn't nice. There we go.
I
Nice
didn't
use
know
of the
this
walls.
Was this a tea party? I was not informed.
So we're having a lot of deaths here. I'm sure people are worried about like, what does being in a war mean when your rate of dying probably increases a lot more than what you'd expect when doing normal kind of like PvE gameplay?
Yeah, so during sanctioned PvP events, we turn off typical death penalties, right? Like you're not going to get res penalties, you're not going to get XP debt, you're not going to get durability damage. You will still drop the things you have in your inventory though.
Mm-hmm.
Or in your material inventory specifically.
So obviously that's like a big part of this game mode. As far as like the larger idea for material inventory, what was sort of the thinking behind that? Or is that just sort of like a convenient thing to make sure that we're used to things? Oh, there you go.
I mean, don't stuff your material inventory full of stuff before you go to war.
Makes sense to me. You know, when you're right, you're right. What can I say?
Ooh, okay.
Oh my goodness.
801.
Oh no.
Now we clean up.
That's a problem.
Victory in death. Winstead scum.
Oh my god, they've taken it back.
How are you guys going to take advantage of that luck bonus if you don't quite control the zone?
We won, Steven.
Did we win?
We win. You weren't even paying attention.
Oh, how did we win?
We finished channeling.
It was my clutch heals, ignoring the siren song of Justo endlessly asking for reses and focusing on real targets.
You guys may have won the war, but you will not win the
battle. I think that's a little backwards.
Well, you may say that, Keenan, but if you look at the point distribution, we're 800 to 304 right now.
Ooh, that's right. Let's take a look at that.
How'd you guys get so many points?
Well, we won objectives and killed you a lot.
Oh my god.
So, okay. So we completed the event. That's obviously not the end of the war, though, right?
Correct. So basically the way wars are structured is a war contains phases and phases contain events. So there are conditions to win a phase, and then there are conditions to win a war. Winning a phase gets you some amount of like in the moment rewards and some more long-term rewards. Winning events gets you some amount of in the moment rewards and long-term rewards, and then the war is like the massive objective that you're competing towards.
Got it.
So what we have gotten, if you open up your map, you can hover over this blue banner. You notice Highwayman Hills is controlled by Miraleth now.
Ah, so we've made an incursion into their area.
Yeah, so now all of the territory associated with Highwayman Hills is ours, and the node XP from here goes to our node. And as a way to kind of incentivize players to play here, we've given a luck buff in this area as well, so you can get increased loot drops while you're here, farming for your node.
Nice. So the citizens of Miraleth are rewarded for some period of time based on the event outcome.
Correct. So if we had lost, we would not be getting this buff or siphoning this node XP, and Winstead would be getting this buff for successfully defending their home.
Now, obviously, this is one of many different war events, and one of the war events reward types. What are some of the other events that we're going to be introducing during Alpha 2?
Yeah, so a big one we want to do is the service denial. So that'd be like turning off your caravansary or shutting down your construction buildings for a period of time, right? So like you've built the best blacksmith on the server, and we don't want this node gearing up for something, or we're trying to compete with them and we want the best blacksmith at our node, so we're gonna go to war and try and shut down that service for a period of time.
That is what I was waiting for.
That's awesome.
You know, the kind of most exciting post day 2 one that we want to do is relic based, where you could potentially steal a relic from a node or destroy their relic so it's reintroduced into the world, and you can and now your node can acquire it.
Awesome.
Interesting.
And then obviously we have, we talked a little bit about the mount and how we're going to be moving that to
talked about service denial.
Level 3,
so it's
the level 3 village
a
node for the purposes of entrance A2.
Where if the winners
Same
win,
with the
you can deny
mayoral
certain
abilities,
services
and those mayoral
of their
abilities
node,
are only
like a caravanserai,
activatable
their
during
blacksmith,
events or
whatever.
outside of the events as well.
So the mayoral abilities you used in this showcase are only activatable during a war. So that means you could activate it, now that the event's over, you could still use that ability, but only within the context of this PvP kind of state that the two nodes are in. But the mayors will also get access to like special abilities they can use during sieges as well that are unique to sieges.
Oh, very cool. Love it. Now, obviously, people watching the showcase today about the Node War and the Node War events, performance is something that we are going to be getting really into over the course of the next, we have gotten into over the course of the last couple of months, but we're really going to be digging into it over the course of the next couple of months as well. What can players expect to see both on the client side and on the network side? Talk to me a little bit about that, Zach, that work.
So for the client side, we really expect this to be like a seamless experience to where we're going to have some like dynamic load balancers that help, the best case and the worst case, where the best case is you're, in a group by yourself, and the visual fidelity of that should be just as good as the visual fidelity of, the large scale sieges or node wars and things like that. So, we're going to be refining our character shaders, and everything is going to be really in the back end, right? So the player experience should really be seamless, and we handle everything under the hood to make sure that you get good frame rate during these different types of experiences.
And players are also going to have a lot of options when it comes to kind of tuning that experience for their specific hardware. I know one of those that we recently have instituted is DLSS. You want to talk to me a little bit about that?
Oh,
yeah. So the DLSS integration has been great. On the 40 series NVIDIA cards, we've been able to nearly double our frame rate. just by enabling the feature, right? So it's been a pretty big win for us.
NVIDIA.
Yeah. And then obviously, one aspect of the game that you guys are witnessing currently in the showcases that we've given over our different features has been visual effects as a whole. There is currently underway a lot of revisiting some of those effects from a performance standpoint, as well as from like a visual soup standpoint with regards to these larger scale battles. And this hasn't been something obviously that we have traditionally focused on because we're still actively in the development process of these particular archetypes and all these abilities. But now that we have kind of those base kits ready to go for start of Alpha 2, we're going to be focusing in on refining them and making them more friendly, both on the performance side as well as on the visual language side. Also, right, Keenan Trad?
Yeah, that's right. It's nice when those things go hand in hand. Like, you don't want to see too much, but what you do want to see, you want it to look good. So,
also not just from a aesthetic standpoint, but reading the most important gameplay information is going to be key. Like, we have to identify like what are the most important telegraphs for someone to be able to identify an ability that they're expected to respond to, versus just the other kind of fluff and noise that is more for the the visual fantasy of it. So we have to kind of consider gameplay information first.
Love the
Absolutely,
man.
Hey, if everybody wants to come over near the Miraleth side headquarters, we're kind of gathering up here as we finish chatting about the showcase a little bit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think people will kind of see the progression that we are reaching now towards Alpha 2. There's a lot of kind of performance-related tasks, polish and getting ready for external players to come in and participate. I will say one thing that has been very beneficial, and the studios is very appreciative of our interaction with the Phoenix Initiative group, but they have been really successful in assisting us playtest this particular gameplay feature, that is wars and the war events, but also they did so with the caravans and will continue to do so over the course of the next couple of months, and we will begin to at some point in the very near future extending that out as we draw closer to Alpha 2 to some Alpha 1 participants also. Hey, let's keep it friendly. Let's not attack these poor people.
I can solve that, Steven.
Oh, okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh!
Choose to the peacemaker.
We have done it. Well done.
While rubbing the score in our faces.
Yeah.
I know, really.
You gotta.
Very nice.
Gotta let them know.
Now, mass combat is going to be something that is tested as part of obviously Alpha 2.
Love the capes.
You guys are seeing here a brief taste of that as it relates to these node wars and these node war events. But there are going to be PvE contents, raids, world bosses that players are going to be expected to kind of interact with in a similar fashion of player density. So a lot of that performance work we were talking about obviously goes to make sure that those experiences are enjoyable, that they are running smoothly for the players. That's going to be our focus over these next few months here. Talk to me about war rewards. What are the types of war rewards that we are going to be starting Alpha 2 with, but also going to be implementing in the long run, Chris?
Sorry, multitasking again, Steven. One more time.
Yeah, just talking a little bit about kind of the war rewards that are going to be available obviously now, but also as we continue into Alpha 2. What are some of those rewards that we want to kind of get up and running?
Yeah, there's a large laundry list, but I can hit you with a couple few here. The big ones that we want to hit are, pulling up my list. So obviously, like, you're seeing the buffs with winning teams. I talked a little bit about like disabling services, siphoning gold from the enemy node. We want to do temporary mayorship control, where the winning mayor can kind of take over a limited limited control of the node that they defeat, reducing taxes for the citizens within that winning node, obviously stealing their node XP, which is what we're doing here.
Stealing node
and then
XP?
we also want to do stuff where this enables new content that is exclusive for the winners, right? Like doing this means a raid boss spawns that you know, that the winners can participate in killing.
Awesome. Very cool. What are some other topics that we, you know, I was definitely zoned in a little bit during the gameplay there for the event. So, what are some of the topics that we kind of, you know, wanted to chat about as well? We can bring up now. I know that we had mentioned the mount abilities. We talked a little bit about the mounts, how that's going to work. There's also going to be mount abilities that are for basic land mounts as well. Those will be at entrance for Alpha 2. So it's not that just obviously the mayors have access to these cool, you know, dragon mounts, but players will obviously have access to mounts and some mount abilities also. That's work that you've been doing, right, Trad, with Red?
Exactly. Yeah. And those are already in progress as well. They won't be as spectacular, epic, and, you know, raid impacting as the mayoral ones, because we have to account for potentially 100 of them present instead of 2. But like you'll still have, you know, stuff you can do to more at a personal level, like, you know, getting, you know, like a CC break or a sprint, you know, that kind of stuff. So
cool. Awesome. All right, well, guys, that was fun. I really enjoyed it, and you know, played well, and obviously there's still a ways to go when it comes to,
is what I was looking for,
you know, continuing to develop this ahead of A2. But I think that, you know, what we're looking for from the community is to kind of talk to us about how you felt with regards to the event, the Node War system as a whole, the mass PvP. You know, these are obviously things that we want to get feedback on. We've gotten, as I said, a tremendous amount of feedback when it comes to our PI testers. But now, as you guys are getting an opportunity to kind of see this for the first time, what it plays out as, and just to remind everyone, like, these events are not the Node War, and the Node War is not just these events. Outside of the prime-timed events, which is for a particular server location, may occur between, you know, 6 and 8 p.m. Local time for that server. Outside of that, there is still the war overall, and that war overall is essentially being openly flagged for PvP with the citizens of the 2 nodes. You know, give us your thoughts about that, about this system. It is a key component of the PVX aspect, and it does carry with it some significant rewards. Obviously, keeping in mind that visual effects, performance, UI are still a work in progress. A lot of that is getting touched up over the next few months. But give us your thoughts about what you saw here today. With that being said, I must say to our Phoenix Initiative, job well done. Your assistance is always very much appreciated, as well as our glorious guests, our engineers, Kyle, Keenan, Zach, along with our designers, Trad and Chris, and of course, our lovely producer, Nathan. You guys have done a phenomenal job in standing up this particular feature for A2. I think I speak for the community when I say everyone is very excited to play this, to compete with one another, their friends, and to have some rivalry in jest, as it is meant to be. Obviously, that's what MMOs are all about. With that being said, thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys out in the community enjoyed it, and we will see you back on stream very soon. Bye, everybody.
Thanks,
my
y'all.
God, I
Cheers.
love this.
GG.
I love
Bye.
this so much.
Comes to, you know, continuing to develop this ahead of A2. But I think that, you know, what we're looking for from the community is to kind of talk to us about how you felt with regards to the event, the Node War system as a whole, the mass PvP.
I'll give all that.
You know, these are obviously things that we want to get feedback on. We've gotten, as I said, a tremendous amount of feedback when it comes to our PI testers. But now, as you guys are getting an opportunity to kind of see this for the first time, what it plays out as, and just to remind everyone, like, these events are not the node war, and the node war is not just these events. Outside of the prime timed events, which is for a particular server location, may occur between 6 and 8 p.m. Local time for that server. Outside of that, there is still the war overall, and that war overall is essentially being openly flagged for PvP with the citizens of the two nodes. Give us your thoughts about that, about this system. It is a key component of the PvX aspect, and it does carry with it some significant rewards. Obviously, keeping in mind that visual effects, performance, UI are still a work in progress. A lot of that is getting touched up over the next few months. But give us your thoughts about what you saw here today.
I will say that node
With that
XP
being said, I
loss
must say, to our
should
Phoenix
be
Initiative job,
dependent
well done.
on the loser.
Your assistance is always very much
So the
appreciated, as
initiating
well as our
person or the
glorious
initiating
guests,
mayor,
our
if
engineers,
they initiate
Kyle,
a node war
Keenan,
that
Zach,
includes XP loss,
along with our
if that
designers, Chad and
initiating
Chris,
node
and of course,
loses, they
our
lose
lovely
XP.
Producer Nathan,
The
you guys
loser
have done a
loses
phenomenal
XP.
job
Like
in
that's the
standing
way
up
I
this
think it should
particular
be.
feature for A2.
It
I
should
think
be
I speak
a
for the
risk
community
on
when I
both
say,
sides.
everyone is
So the
very
winner has
excited
to win to
play
get
this, to compete
that,
with one another, their friends, and to have some
that thing to happen.
some rivalry and jest, as it is meant to be. Obviously, that's what MMOs are all about. With that being said, thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys out in the community enjoyed it, and we will see you back on stream very soon. Bye, everybody.
This was
Thanks, y'all.
awesome.
Cheers.
This was
GG.
Bye.
pretty much what I was really hoping for. God, this did not disappoint me in the slightest. And I think we're going to get more information right now, which is even better.
We are back, and I'm going to play the video whilst we chat, so you can. I'll kind of fast forward here, so you can see.
We did it.
We did
Win
it.
said did not win. I didn't even notice.
It's funny. You're like, we won.
But to be fair, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? There's still a lot of UI work, the proper toasts and like fanfare when the
it did
victory
pop up, but I
occurs.
think you did.
I was like too drilled in on the on the battle.
It's hard sometimes, and you can tell whenever like folks stop talking is because they're like concentrated on the battle. But I do want to preface again before we get into some questions that we gathered questions. So thank you, Vaknar and Roshan, and our social media man as well for popping in questions and making some notes here for us. But of course, we did say at the preface that everything here is work in progress, all of our UI, everything. But specifically, we made a mention of VFX and performance that we're very aware of and that we're working towards. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that again, Stephen.
Sure.
Just because
absolutely.
I saw it like as a lot of people were talking about it, and we're very much aware. That's why we prefaced it.
Yeah, for sure. We did preface it just to what's the opposite of preface? Suffice? Just to no, wait, no, wouldn't be. I don't know, whatever.
We're making a sandwich.
Just to reiterate, obviously the focus over the course of the next couple of months is going to be really to drill in on the visual effects language, that soup that we kind of see in the middle of battle.
Why does it do that? Bro.
Give me that ooey gooey crispy.
I completely fucked up. Completely fucked up. I hate Twitch so much, dude. Golly. This freaking platform is so gruh. I apologize, guys. I hate delays. It bothers the hell out of me.
Come in, otherwise we'd have to do it 2 times, right? So keep in mind, we're aware of that. That is something we are working on. Because you're seeing something in a work in progress state, you're going to see things that aren't quite up to where we want them to be yet, because we're actively working on them. On the UI front, our UI team is phenomenal. They're an unbelievable team, very capable artists and designers.
They just saw a lot of icons,
and engineers,
like where it says icon, because we're still making those icons.
And again, like, part of the fact that you guys get to see the game in development without the veil is you're going to see those things, right? And UI is under the gun to service pretty much every system in the game.
And because of that, some of this stuff is just somewhere in their backlog and not as high priority because they're still getting some of the functional systems up and running. But those passes will be had also before entrance of A2. On the performance side, Zach Mallet and Zach Strange have done a phenomenal job on the networking team, engineering team, tech art side, in kind of, taking what is the maelstrom of development and starting to now kind of hone it in better client performance, but also network performance side. Next month, we're going to have a deep dive on performance and kind of give you guys some insight there. I guess I'm spilling a little bit of the beans on what that's going to look like, but
a little teaser.
yeah, little
it's going to be
teaser.
very tech heavy, so prepare yourself. But we'll make it entertaining.
The bar.
It'll be tech heavy, but it'll be entertaining. But also, it's very important, and I think it gives you guys a look at some of the more nitty gritty side of development. It's not going to be as shining and awe as the Node War demonstration, but it's going to give you insight to how we approach these massive problems, not just problems for us as a project, but problems for games in general. How do they service such high player densities? What is our proprietary approach to doing that? And basically the ace up the sleeve that is trying to make another massively multiplayer, online role-playing game. So that is something that is still having work done. They're doing a phenomenal job towards that front, and I think you guys will see the fruits of that labor come Alpha 2.
Yeah. So I'm going to get into these questions. We have a lot, so let's get through them. The first one here is there going to be a system that lets opposing nations sabotage war preparations, like a rogue sneakily burning food storage or poisoning the water supply, prohibiting a war from even starting?
Yeah, I think so important note on the war starting, right? We talked a little bit about at the start of the video how mayors kind of need buy-on from the citizens in order to achieve that. Part of that buy-on requires the acquisition of certain resources. Right. So when you think about like espionage, okay, I have someone who's telling me that a war commission has just been initiated by the mayor. Now, that approach is somewhat placeholder for the purposes of introducing this Node War gameplay loop for Alpha 2.
You don't know what
long
he's
run goal on. There is that there will be reputation scores that we haven't implemented yet between nodes, and you will see as reputation scores deteriorate. And when they deteriorate, it serves as a predicate for the mayor to now have the option to start those war procedures. Now, still, in the long run, you're going to require buy-in from the citizens. And when people catch wind of that, there are ways to disrupt, to prevent the acquisition of some materials in order to acquire the war scroll, to influence the land management score of the surrounding area, to capture caravans that are moving those supplies to the node. Like, those are all, 10,000 foot level strategy, not tactics, but strategy. And how do I stop a rival node where I see my reputation score with them is low enough that they could start these actions? And now I'm starting to see rumors and whispers of the citizens supplying the things that the node needs in order to act on this war. So just keeping in mind, like, the intent is to provide that political intrigue, to give those types of actions to the players where they can disrupt those activities.
And likewise, if your mayor initiates something like that, like a commission like that, if you as the citizens do not want to complete that, you do not have to do those objectives, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so again, like, the commission approach is a temporary approach just for the purposes of Alpha 2 to give the gameplay loop of space. But
so citizens can just
it still represents what you just described. Citizens have to buy in. And the way in Alpha 2 they're going to buy in is by completing those commissions. Now, let's say the majority of citizens don't want to complete those commissions. Then the mayor is not capable of utilizing the action, and they've wasted that commission slot for some period of time, and the cost associated with deploying it as a result. So mayor kind of has to be in tune with the desires, the will, the mandate, you might say, from a political perspective, of what their populace wants.
All right. And then the next question is something we've talked about a few times, but I feel like it's something that, was brought up because of the massive scale of war.
Sure.
Is will there be VoIP options for people, like voice
Yeah.
over IP options?
Not at the entrance of A2. That's not in scope for what entrance A2 will be. However, during A2, we are going to have regular updates to the game where we're introducing new content, new zones, new features. Essentially, these will be regular updates. Voice over IP is an intended feature that exists within 3 spaces: taverns, parties, and raids. So otherwise, we're going to rely on you and your social circle, in Discord to kind of have voice over IP. But in the areas where we expect players to interact with people they don't know, right, or to meet new people that they don't want to have to share a Discord link with, or take the interaction beyond just the surface level, hey, you're in the same raid as me,
Hey,
we
Raydown,
will
dude, thank you so much
provide
for the
that
sub on
option
YouTube, dude.
through
Thank you.
a voice over IP within those areas.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. So those of you who have been here for ages, you know that, but I just want to preface, because some people are just joining us today. This is your first time seeing Ashes of Creation. I want to make sure that you are aware and it has context. The next question is, are there any plans to have upkeep costs to war in addition to the initiation costs? It would be incredibly compelling to know that crafters and gatherers would have to work double time to ensure that the war can go on, or even stop supporting the war if they find it unnecessary.
Not necessarily within the war context. However, I think the crux of that question is, how do we include,
kind of like what I said earlier,
how do we include material resource requirements, active artisanship engagement, like all of these other gameplay systems? How are they interconnected with a political event like war? And the way we achieve that is, obviously there are things that can enhance your war preparedness or your war efficacy through the use of unique weapons during war, unique upgrades to your guards by supplying resources to the barracks so that you have stronger guards at your headquarters, or weapons and shields and armors that can be utilized through the barrack system. In addition, vehicle support for sieges. Like, there's a lot of different ways where crafting and artisanship plays a role as enhancing, not necessarily maintenancing, a particular war or feature.
I did hear some people asking about that stuff. So I think that crafters out there will be excited.
Hey, craft, just to be clear, crafters are the shit in Ashes.
Oh,
I know I said that in the past.
Our world revolves around them.
Absolutely.
In a lot of ways.
So it's not just crafters are relevant for player-to-player trading. Crafters are relevant for a lot of gameplay loops within Ashes, and not, again, in a way to kind of inhibit those things from occurring, but rather to enhance them, to give you a leg up, or your side a leg up.
All right. And then people want to know, is it possible to be hired as a mercenary when I'm not a citizen of the node, which are in war? Like, if I want
to...
I wouldn't
as a
think so.
mercenary, there's not a direct like mercenary contract kind of system. However, there will be certain war scrolls that will be available in the future, not obviously at the entrance of A2, but there will be certain war scrolls that could be cooperative, right? That allow multiple nodes to kind of joint declare war, and also potential defensive pacts and treaties that exist at the diplomacy level between nodes. So those types of systems are intended.
And I guess the people over on Discord got a bingo. For those of you who don't ever hang out in the Discord, I highly recommend it. There's like a watch party going on. They make a bingo card every week or every month where they try to like guess what's going to show up on the live stream. I didn't look to see what it was, but they got one.
What was the bingo? They got a bingo?
Yeah.
It was probably that I cursed.
I don't know what the final thing that got them the bingo was. Then I just saw someone screaming, "We got bingo!" Can we declare war outside of server prime time and PvP for 20 hours without gaining corruption?
I would assume so.
You can declare a war outside of the server prime time. The key about server prime time is that events cater to prime time, right? So these inflection points where our expectation from a gameplay design is to allow or afford players an opportunity to participate in highly impactful, events within the game, those get delegated to prime time. So this event that you saw today, while the whole war is not determined by that event, success within the event grants additional point score to the overall war, and there may be multiple events that occur over a multi-day war between nodes that the sides can catch up in. Prime time does not influence war declaration, so you could have a war declaration occur at an off-hour time, but ultimately a war declaration is primarily just we're openly flagged against each other, and these events will spawn during prime time that we need to make sure our organization, our citizens are organizing
Available.
for and aware. Yes, exactly.
And it was a naughty word. That got you bingo. I've been informed from all spaces. People are pinging me. They really wanted me to know. The next one is, would a team get more points for killing a mayor?
Yeah, so we've talked about that in the past. That is not just a mayor. We've talked about expanding that out to special positions within the node. So like head of a social organization or head of a religious organization. We want those positions to be potentially more prized positions, so they could score more points. But alternatively, they also might have some powers during war as well, as we saw with the mayoral abilities. So yes, that is
and those mayoral abilities you can only really use during the wars, when those wars are happening. You can't just use them willy-nilly all the time, because that was something that people brought up.
Correct. Mayoral abilities are used during war or during sieges. So to be clear, what we're talking about is wars. There is a different type of conflict that occur for nodes. Those are sieges. Those are very acute event-based situations where you are, warned ahead of time that this is up and coming, and the sieges are also delegated to prime time.
Cool. And then, will there be any way to differentiate color-wise between ally and enemy spells?
That's a good question. I do not believe that is something that we are intending to do. That could potentially be considered some type of accessibility option that we might be able to service from a tech art side of applying some type of Fresnel, to the effects, or I'm not sure. That's a good question. I know that there's been discussion and some plans around that potentially as an option, but I don't have a good answer at this point right now.
Yeah. It's definitely a thing, because people are like, well, how do I know if that's an enemy thing that I need to stand in or a friendly thing that I need to stand in? So we've had the conversations for sure. After declaring war, are your enemies also auto-flagged in the war zone, or just your citizens?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
After declaring war, are your allies also auto-flagged in the war zone, or just citizens? So let's say I'm not a citizen of this node. I walk into Highwayman Hills and there's a full-on battle happening. Am I auto-flagged as an ally of that node?
So previously we had discussed in the past about alliances being on the hook for sieges. We had historically gone back and forth with regards to wars. I believe that the position we're in now from a design perspective is that certain war scrolls and war types will induct alliances as participants of the declared war, but not all wars will. So that is predicated on the war scroll used, I believe.
Interesting.
Right. And then, is there a cap of how many players can do a node war objective, and can more people join while it's still in progress?
A node war objective? You mean like in the event?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the events are not intended to be capped. Right now, our goal is to provide a setting where in the open world, players can, if they are citizens of the node or participants of the event or the war, that they can move in at any time during the event and participate. That may be something that depends on the event type. As Justo said during the Node War live stream, there will be different types of events. I wouldn't rule out that some of those events might be participant restricted.
You're okay. And then people want to know about the dragons. Obviously, they were, each mayor had a dragon that is specific to Node Wars. Can the dragon be killed? What happens if a dragon dies, and is there a cooldown?
Yes. So there will. So for the purposes of Alpha 2 entrants, the intent is to provide dragons to mayors. We had talked about dragons being delegated to level 6 nodes. That is still the case in the long run. However, we have the technology and the system built, so we want to afford players the opportunity to interact with that during Alpha 2. And as a result, we are going to amend the predicate requirements to only be a mayor of any node level. Now, that particular mount, and any potential armors that might also be associated as a mayoral grant will be timed and associated with the mayor's term. When that term ends, they will lose access to those things. The intent for the gameplay space that the mount exists within is that during certain events, whether it be a war event, or a siege, the mayor will have the ability to utilize that mount. And that will likely come with some cost up front that the mayor needs to pay in order to do that. And when the mount dies, they will have to essentially be subject to a cooldown period for the mount to be available again to use, and have to pay the cost again. So it is a high risk, high reward type setting, because that mount affords a unique set of abilities that the mayor then has access to for that particular event.
And for this demonstration, we asked people to not kill the dragons, not steal the dragons, just to leave them alone, specifically for this battle, just because we were trying to resolve some things. So just
yes.
if people are wondering why,
there's still some outstanding work there.
Yeah.
On the mount tech. Right now, the mount tech is very universal, and we need to have some specific additional work done on how the mayoral mount exists. So part of that is like its death state. So we didn't want it to die during this, because the death animation isn't respective of the fly versus ground state for the locomotion of the dragon. That would have looked weird. So we kind of made sure people wouldn't attack and kill the dragon for this demonstration, because we're still working on that. And in addition, rights to mount the dragon have to be predicated on alignment or title, which is still outstanding.
Thank you so much for the follow.
And just because I know that some people who have bought packs might have a question about this, as a mayor, will I be able to swap out the cosmetics for the gliding mount or flying mount look?
The cosmetic overrides might not be available at the start of Alpha 2. We're going to see about that. However, the intended experience going forward beyond the entrance criteria of Alpha 2 is that you will be able to apply the relevant mount cosmetic to the type of mount that it can be applied to. So if you have royal mount cosmetics, you can apply them to royal mount types in game.
Yeah, and obviously the Drake of the Canopy is a cosmetic, so it will not be the default. It's just what we're using right now to set the preface for that.
It was cool, so I wanted to use the, it was your.
I'm glad you think it's cool. I got to design that one, so for me, I was like, it's cool being able to see it in the game.
Yes, I saw some people were calling it the Canadian dragon mount.
Yeah, because it's supposed to look like, the whole point of it was it's supposed to look like a leaf kind of coming down.
I feel like in that situation we should have had like syrup dripping off of the wings or something if we wanted to be fully Canadian, but.
I wasn't going for the Canadian vibe.
Said, a boot.
Oh no. Moving on from there, we have: can all nodes go to war, or is this limited to vassals?
All nodes of stage 3 or higher can declare war or be declared upon. However, the jury is still out from a design perspective on whether or not nodes within a vassal structure can declare war against other vassals. They surely cannot do it against their parent, but there is some discussion about whether or not nodes can have wars potentially with each other or certain types of war scrolls against other vassals. That probably is not going to be the case. It'll probably be the case that wars can only be declared against other vassal structures.
And could you declare war on a node that's really far away from you, or does it have to? Because okay, cool.
Yeah, no proximity requirements.
Cool. And then the next one here is. Wait, I think we already answered the mayoral ability one. And then why are some enemies' health plates shown completely and why are others shown in quarters? I know that I don't know if we've answered this before, but we definitely were answering this in voice chat and in text chat. So I just wanted to clarify for people who are watching this stream so they have an understanding.
Yeah, so enemy nameplates are shown in quarters. And the reason for that is, as we've discussed in the past, that there is an element of decision making that happens differently in PvP when you do not have direct insight into the exact percentage of your enemy target. This provides a bit of fog of war and non-specific calculation to the types of rotation and abilities that you're going to use. That obfuscation, in my opinion, is more compelling. Now, why can you see other nameplates with full health? That's because those are your allies. Those people are, or they're NPCs, correct. Their allies are NPCs. So you will see NPC exact hit points because prescribed rotations is I don't feel anything unique in a PvE setting. And then obviously if you're in a raid, if you're in a guild, if you're a fellow citizen, if you're in a party, you can see their hit point exact values as well. And then additionally, you may have seen from the different perspectives, each of us as a player had different settings that we're comfortable with regards to nameplates. There's a lot of customization options that are available for nameplate settings that players have the ability to kind of, curate for their own experience.
All right, and with that, we're going to wrap up our Node Wars preview section and move
That's a lot of questions.
I know, and move on to some more stuff. But before we do so, I do want to note that there is a thread up over on our forums. We would love for your feedback on this Node Wars preview. So if you do have thoughts, please send them over to us. Are there any specific questions you want to ask people as they're thinking about their feedback and they're posting feedback for us over on the forums?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the interaction of the node event was the central focus of this particular live stream. What we're wanting to collect feedback on is where's the balance between kind of PvE objectives and PvP objectives? What is the kind of, expectation from a mass battle perspective and like small group teams kind of achieving smaller group objectives. What is the frequency of these events that you want to see, and how much of an impact do you want these events to have on the overall war? What are some of the types of interactions between nodes that you want to see in these war types, these different types of war rewards that you think might be cool, some of the event rewards that we talked about, incentivizing players, the incursion of territory, the stealing of relics that we talked a little bit about. This is obviously a very big system. It has a lot of connective tissue across other systems as well. And so because of that, any kind of commentary that you guys have from the player's perspective and other games that you've played, which have had either similar features or unique features that you think could be applied, feel free to give us that feedback. Talk to us a little bit about it. And what did you like about today's presentation? What do you think could have been done better? Keeping in mind, of course, that visual effects, UI, the performance, those are three main categories of areas that we are continuing to work on. So when you see anybody either in Twitch chat, on YouTube, in Discord, on Twitter, wherever you see conversation about what we've showed today, and people say the visual effects look, like soup, or the UI needs work, or whatever, you can feel confident saying Intrepid has addressed that. That is something they are working on. We expect to see updates on that in the future.
let's talk about these things in the presentation. What did you think about these things, right?
Yeah, sounds perfect. With that, we will move on to studio updates. So let's pull back to the bigger macro of Intrepid Studios. How are things going? How are you feeling things are going towards Alpha 2? Because I feel like that is really the question that players have. We have announced that we will be launching Alpha 2 in Q3. That is where we're, well, at least where we're planning. If that is that changes, we will let you guys know. But that is currently still where we're planning to launch Alpha 2.
I think that, like, you know, from a studio, like, you know,
they're not going to announce the
10,000
date
foot
this
picture,
month, guys.
you know,
Just,
progress towards Alpha 2.
If anything, they'll give you a month.
I'm still confident that we're going to hit our
June.
third quarter date. I believe that that what I'm looking for our team to continue focusing on going into milestone 10 and completing milestone 9 is buttoning up the last remaining feature work, which is relatively minimal at this point. Polish up some of the gameplay systems, some of the visual effects, some of the UI that we talked about, making a big hit on performance, both network and client performance, and then addressing Golden Path and economy work. Those are kind of like, okay, we've set the stage, features are in a good spot for where we expect to enter into Alpha 2. We're representing all the core gameplay systems that we're looking to collect feedback initially from Alpha 2's entrance. And then we have a plan to kind of trickle out additional updates post Alpha 2 entrance. But we need to get the Golden Path down. We need to get the econ side of things down, both from an artisanship, available drop lists, reward tables, and material components. Like all of those things, econ is working on heavily right now, and will continue to work heavily on. And then, of course, the VFX pass, the UI, and the performance, and all the bug fixing.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I was trying to find a space when you weren't talking. I don't want to interrupt you.
It's all good.
Can you talk a little bit about more what the Golden Path is? Because I know what that is, but I don't think the audience is aware of that.
Yeah. I think the Golden Path is different for every game, right? Like you have a much stronger railroaded Golden Path when you talk about theme park games. That's like, hey, the player starts out at level 1, and by the time they're level 2, they should have done this. By the time they're level 4, they should have done this. By the time they're level 6, they should be here. Right, we have a little bit of a more difficult approach to the Golden Path because our game is not as prescribed. It is intended to be more sandboxy. And because of that, the Golden Path can really take a lot of different directions, and we need to provide those options. Right, exactly. It's not you can come back and do something at a totally different time. You could just straight 90-degree bolt over towards the Sand Squall Desert or something, right? Like those are kind of complications that we have when defining a Golden Path. But essentially what a Golden Path is like, you know, by the time a player reaches a certain level, they should have acquired their first mount. They should have completed their first mastery of profession. They should have done these things that have introduced them in a shallow way to a lot of the core gameplay systems. And narratively, they should have kind of gotten a sense for the world, where they are, who they are, why they are, right? And now be an awareness of, you know, these major iconic landmarks and points of interest, know where you're, you know, all of that stuff goes into creating identity for the game and familiarity for the player. And that's essentially what a Golden Path is.
People want you to rename it to a golden tree instead.
A golden on fire lava ridden tree.
But terminology aside, hopefully that answers the question for you guys. I think everything else was pretty straightforward. Do you want to talk a little bit about our hiring and where we are with that as well?
We have been on fire with regards to hiring. We have brought on board some significant number of people who are talented, best-in-class developers who are MMO-centric players that are excited about the product we're producing and can't wait to play it themselves. That's always the best that you can hope for when building a team that is trying to deliver on a promise like Ashes. And so I couldn't be any more ecstatic with that. I know that we've had a lot of applications. We've had a lot of interviews for the team. That can be a bit disruptive to kind of the workflow that we need to have, but I think the team has managed it well.
Cameron's done a phenomenal job from a recruiting standpoint with regards to our HR team. So yeah, things are going great.
And if you haven't heard back from us, just give us some grace. We've got one awesome recruiter trying to respond to hundreds of applications. So give us some time, but we will get back to you whether you are moving forward with us or not. You will get a response. So just, hang tight. And then with that, I'm going to move us on to our Q&A from the forums. And as usual, I will provide some visuals from our Node War preview. So the first one here is from Netromos, who wants to know about war logistics. To what extent will logistics and supply lines be integrated into Node Wars?
Yeah, so there has been some discussion around certain event types requiring those types of supplies within certain time frames, right? So kind of acquiring material resources, transporting those material resources to specific locations, being stage components of event types. So in that sense, we do want to simulate these ideas of logistics and supply lines, but that's delegated to specific war event types.
All right. And then Frosty Thundertrod wants to know about avoiding war. Can a mayor voluntarily derank their node to avoid war?
No, they cannot.
And then Demsky wants to know about Node War instancing. Are Node Wars or any part of Node War's instance, or will they entirely take place in the open world so that alliances can influence the war?
Open world.
We have talked in the past about certain objectives being instanced in order to control the participation number. So like, for example, if you're in the middle of a war and there's a cave off to the side that holds a special fountain with water that you need to like magically imbue the primary objective for the war victory, only 8 people can enter, right? And so you pick your best
champions.
8. Exactly, pick your champion. So like that could be potentially some type of feature component that we incorporate as part of war events in the future. So it could be. Right now the predominance of war events and war activities will be delegated to the open world.
All right.
You guys like
and
that?
Then Top Wombat.
I
don't know how he was selected as the Top Wombat, but they are. Vassal. They want to know about vassal wars. Can you please explain the reason why nodes cannot declare war on their parent or vassal nodes?
They've lost that battle already. The reason that they're a vassal is because they were outranked by their parent. And
that's right.
The clutches of vassalship are strong, and any insubordination or uprising is killed in its roots. So if you want like a lore reason, like that's the reason why. If you want from a game design perspective reason, like vassal structures are intended to be supportive. It's not really meant to be a depressing event. You're not supposed to, oh shit, we're vassaled, I'm not going to level up, this is trash, I want to go to a different node. No, when you get vassaled, like you are getting benefits from your parent node. You are now a part of a structure that can assist others and yourself as a result of that relationship. If you don't want to be vassaled, then you have an option to leave that node and become a citizen elsewhere, and that's a choice that you can make. Now, with that being said, I did allude to earlier us considering some war scroll types that might provide vassals the opportunity to declare a war against other vassals. Whether or not that's going to be something at the launch of the game is a different question. That sounds to me like it could be an interesting expansion kind of update where, certain structures get a little bit kind of complacent and boring, and hey, let's shake it up a little bit and have some rivalry within the vassalship. That sounds kind of cool, but I don't think it's going to be a part of the initial launch of the game.
All right.
That's fine.
So definitely keep that in mind. Leonardo wants to know about large-scale wars. Will node wars between 2 metropolis nodes mostly manifest in the bordering vassal node network, or will there be systems that incentivize players to invade farther into the heart of an opposing metro vassal network?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that these events are delegated just to the fringe. I think that there are event types which might have an objective to steal a relic from the heart of a vassal territory, right? Like, a deep dive into a territory. I think I think that, Chris and some of the ideas that the systems team have come up with, regards to these war types and these event types, absolutely could utilize some really deep dive into territory. I think that's cool.
Right. And then Falketh wants to know about War Scoreboard. We didn't show this on the screen. For some reason, it didn't pop up for you, but we do have one. Will there be a scoreboard detailing the most active participants' achievements during the node war? Things like players' KDA, damage, healing, dealt, objectives, etc.
Absolutely. You'll be able to see yours, and you will be able to see if, I believe it's if people choose to share. We might have added that addition to it, but you'll be able to see yours for sure. And you may be able to see others if they opt in.
Yeah, like it pops up when the event is over and it kind of shows you your scores.
Yes, yeah. But
we do have it actually in game right now. It's I just don't know why Stevens didn't pop up.
I thought I did take a look at that.
Or maybe it didn't.
After we initially murdered you guys at the gates of Miraleth, I think I opened that up. But but that will be expanded upon in the future. It's kind of bare bones right now. It just reflects your score during the war.
Gotcha. And then Draco6 wants to know about war objectives. How many objectives must be completed in order to win a node war? And will they all be PvP style objectives, or will PvE players have a chance to shine?
Yeah, I think that there will be. So again, depending on the war scroll type,
right,
there will be unique objectives, some of which intersect with non-PvP style achievements, right?
PBX.
So yeah, well, I mean, PBX or PvP, right? There might be purely PvE objectives that could be a part of acquiring points for the overall war.
It kind of depends on what your mayor chooses to select, right? As like the options.
Yeah, absolutely. The war scroll type is instrumental in the purview of that particular engagement.
And so how many? We'd be here all day if we list them all out.
I know. And again, just to be clear, like, the purpose of these demonstrations isn't to fully lift the skirt up and show everything we have, right? It's
Steven.
Well, excuse me. Let me phrase that. Fully lift the jeans up, and no, I'm just kidding. But the idea is to get your guys' feedback before we further flesh these out and further develop the additional war types and the additional event types and everything that goes into making this type of a system compelling. Now's your opportunity to take a look at what we've done at a base level, at an alpha level, and say, yeah, I really like your goals and ideas about this, and this. And that validates for us this direction is accurate. And now we are going to continue to develop in that direction. Again, it feels maybe a bit foreign to have this approach from a development perspective. But the best way, in my opinion, to ensure that what we come out with on launch day is what players want is to take this course of development. And so with that being said, don't look at the presentation and say, this is going to be every war, this is going to be every event. Take a look at it and say, okay, I've now heard him talk about where they're going with this. That all sounds great. Or I would like it to change in this way. Provide that feedback. And then Margaret and her team put together that in a nice, beautiful, buttoned up package and takes it straight to the developers. And then the developers get to use everything you guys have said and that their team has highlighted and say, you know what, that is a good freaking idea. Let's talk about that a little bit. Or no, that doesn't fit because of this, or this. And we punt that idea. Like that's generally the interaction.
Yeah, and you will see some of your feedback being put into action as you play through Node Wars in Alpha 2. Once we compile this and send it over, they're still going to be making changes to the system before you see it again.
And just to be clear, like several years ago, I mandated at the company that we record all of our meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing that I think is going to be real fun,
the docuseries
is after we launch the game and people are playing and whatnot, we can go back and do like in-depth docuseries on how did this particular feature come to life, and you can hear Margaret and her team talking about, well, this player, and she'll say the name, said this. And then Roshan will say, this player said this. And you'll hear the dev team come back and say what they think about that, right? And I just think that's such a unique interaction that
That's gonna
doesn't
be great.
exist across the majority of teams.
No,
And it's a
not at all.
shame because it is such a strong interaction to have.
I have mentioned this before that maybe not on the live stream, but that it has been amazing working for a company that really respects community. I've been in community management for a really long time, giving feedback to developers,
That's
and
what I've been
often
saying.
sometimes you're at companies where they don't appreciate that as much, or they're like, okay, cool, whatever. Or you look at who watched and looked at the reports, and you can tell that no one read them, or no one comes to the meetings to hear the feedback. So I think that for us, it's been pretty awesome having those people be really engaged and reading our reports and actually taking action and making changes based on things that we send. The next question here is from Neurotoxin, and they want to know about war occurrences. How often do you suspect node wars will occur between nodes across the server?
Such a good question. It needs to be rare. Please.
The node wars, how often do I expect them to occur?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Like for Alpha 2's purposes, probably pretty often, because the way we've delegated it to the commission system,
get that. But for launch,
I think affords the mayor a bit more power than what some constraints in the reputation system will provide nodes for launch. So I think in Alpha 2, we're likely going to see it a bit more prevalent than what we will see for the intended version of it come launch, because it will be governed to some degree by a reputation score, which has a lot of different influences and factors kind of keeping those values up and down.
Okay. And then this is the penultimate question, then we have one more. From the Hippo, they want to know about war pugging. What types of benefits will there be for people acting as mercenaries for each side of the node war? Actually, you already answered this. There won't be mercenaries, right? That is what
there are not mercenaries. There are mercenaries that are NPC mercenaries.
They will be more rare
that will be
in the live game. Yes, that's what he said.
Available for node sieges and castle sieges, but not in node wars.
Okay, cool. So we'll move on to CADX question about node diplomacy. By what means can mayors conduct diplomacy with other mayors? Are there any tools that are available to them?
For Alpha 2 entrants, that diplomacy is going to be primarily had within chat. For updates during Alpha 2 and for launch, obviously, there will be a number of different powers mechanisms that include trade routes, trade agreements, certain cooperative events, trading
cooperative events. I like that.
Relics that could be had, which kind of influence and keep the relationship and reputation score between those nodes at a level where war's not even possible. So that's the long-term
We'll
goal.
share resources instead of beating you to ashes.
Absolutely. And again, just to come back to like, what is the core design philosophy and tenet behind, conflict versus cooperation? Cooperation builds the world, right? And that's usually through PvE objectives. And then conflict through PvP or PvX is what changes that paradigm. And so, that's kind of a relationship where when it becomes out of balance, you're going to see the world state be unique as a result of that. And different servers are going to have different achievements and situations as a result of that interaction between the players.
All right. And with that concludes the questions and answers. We answered a lot to the things today. Hopefully you feel sustained. But of course, we do want your feedback. Head on over to Ashes of Creation or forums. Tell us your thoughts on all the things. It doesn't even have to be just this live stream, but we do have a thread up for this live stream specifically. And we just want to preface this because I know that a lot of people are going to ask this question now that they're knowing and seeing that PI have been actively testing with us. We are currently testing with PI. That's going to be our focus right now, but we do plan to expand that to our Alpha 1 users at some point. And when we do, we will notify you all via email. So just kind of keep an eye on that, and we'll make sure you're aware as we move forward.
And I would like to give a very specific shout out to PI.
I had that on
because
my list next, but go for
oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No.
no, you
I
go.
don't
You
want to
do it.
usurp. I don't want to
No,
usurp.
go for
Okay,
it.
all right.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that testing isn't all fun and rosy, right? It
yeah.
can be exhausting. It
Very
can be
much.
frustrating.
Very much.
It can be a lot of no fun. And I think for the
Crashing a lot.
purposes crashing a lot of shit can hit the fan with regards to testing. Now we have our internal QA teams, right? And we
Mhm.
test internally, but there's nothing quite as real as having actual players, actual gamers that are a part of the testing process. And in certain capacities, we are not yet able, willing, or want to invite larger portions of the community to participate in that testing, right? That's what we're working towards. And so we must, and we have successfully, and much of this is attributed to just the quality of people who are part of the Phoenix Initiative group. Built a rapport with those players where we can rely on a relationship with them. They're going to give us unbridled feedback. They're going to be real about the feedback. They're going to be raw about their experience. And I think we went through 6 different play tests over the course of the last couple of months with PI around this particular feature, or the set of features. And they stuck in there. Sometimes it was, I think one time we had like an 8-hour straight day.
Not for these. We've mostly been doing like 3-hour segments.
Okay, so
the last one was longer. It was 6 hours.
Okay, got it.
But
yeah,
that was
so
a recording day.
We had a 6-hour day, right? Where they stuck through. So I just want to say to the community, bravo to the quality of community that this project, this game has attracted. I think it is a testament to what sets MMOs apart from other genres is the connectivity, the elasticity that exists within these players, right? Those of you who are fundamentally interested and invested in the outcome of a game that you get to enjoy for hopefully years to come. And so they just hats off to PI. They did a phenomenal job. They stuck through it. And they afforded us an opportunity to really iterate on the game, to improve the performance. And just want to give a big thanks to PI. We should get some hearts in chat for them. They did a phenomenal job.
They were amazing. So we definitely want to give them a shout out. And also we have lifted the verbal NDA for them. And we also gave them approval on a few screenshots that they are welcome to share. So we're letting them have the glory of sharing those and sharing their thoughts. So you can definitely reach out to those folks and ask them what their thoughts are. I saw a bunch of them already sharing their thoughts in Discord. So if you do want to pop in Discord and hear their thoughts on things, they've already been sharing a bunch of their experiences from those 6 spot tests that they were part of. So yeah. And with that, we also want to extend a thank you to all of you for sticking with us for this long stream. And of course, with our journey, it's been a long one. And I think that, those of you who have been with us for a long time, you've continued to see the progress we've made. That's the whole point of these, like Stephen had mentioned earlier, is to share that progress. We want you to see it. I know it's a lot different than what you're used to. Many games do not share this early on. So like we said, everything's work in progress. But we do want to thank you for joining us. And if it's not your bag of tea, if this is the first time you tune in, you're like, I don't want to wait a long time for a game, we welcome you to step away too for your own sanity, because this is not going to be a game quite yet until we get closer to launch. And with that, we also want to thank our Zachs. We have both our wonderful performance and client-side Zags. We have Nathan, who is our producer. Thank you so much. He was phenomenal at trying to keep track of everything. It was a wild time. Me and him had some late nights together trying to make sure builds were ready to go for the next days. Chris, for all of the work, and Kyle and Trad and Keenan. We super duper appreciate you all and for all of the things that you've worked on. And then, of course, all the other folks that were not able to partake in the showcase, but we have a lot of developers working very hard to make Ashes of Creation come to life, and they are very much appreciated.
Heck yeah,
and of course, Steven. Even here with his eye in pain.
Oh my God, you have no idea.
Everyone keeps going like, why is he wearing sunglasses? Like,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a scratch on my right eye, and right now any light that I see is like incredibly painful. So I apologize for that. The sunglasses are helping.
This video will be up over on our YouTube channel. The showcase for just the Node War preview is already up. We'll be sharing that out with everybody, so you can go watch it, relive it, check it out. I'm sure the content creators are going to enjoy every moment of all of that content. And of course, we will have this full development update tomorrow, pending YouTube and Twitch want to cooperate with each other. And of course, when we upload that, if you would like to get your comments spotlighted in our next development update, make sure that you are subscribed publicly and leave a comment on the development update for May, and you may be selected for next month. And of course, we are on all of the things at Ashes of Creation. We post daily, sometimes multiple times a day. So we definitely try to share with you guys all things throughout the month for you to engage in and be part of. And sometimes it's stuff that you get to vote on and it changes in the game. Like if I for inventory or B for bag is your preference. One time we did that. So definitely keep an eye out on all of our social channels and join us on Discord and forums as well. And we will see you all next month for another update where we'll be getting really tech heavy. So prepare your brains for that. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Dude. Oh, man, it feels so good to be right. So good to be right. Oh my God. Dude, this stream was exactly what I wanted, man. Peak stream? Dude, it was exactly what I wanted. No, it was just, I was right that it was going to be a long stream. And then I also predicted it was hopefully going to have all the information about the Node Wars. Like, they gave us a shit ton of information on this game. Oh my God. Oh, so Sale Gruely, dude, thank you so much for the follow. Zombie Heart, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome. Dude, this is, God, dude, this was a freaking banger stream. And again, the PvP, let me bring up, there was someone in chat earlier, Strumple Hut. Ken West, dude, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you, dude. Really appreciate it. There was a guy in chat earlier. I copied and pasted his message because I didn't want to forget about it. He said, just overall my experience watching it, Steven made the whole war boring to watch. Most people they showed didn't know how to click buttons. One guy just jumped around, didn't attack at all. The dragon was buggy as hell, animation wise. I don't know. I would just expect something completely different, I guess. So, I mean, I kind of hope you were hearing the last bit of what Steven was talking about. This isn't a completed game. And honestly, like, as a World of Warcraft person, like, you have to understand that this particular game has so much it has to do comparatively to the average basic bitch MMORPG. So it's a lot, dude. Phantom, thank you so much for the, dude, we gotta talk again, dude. Your PI, you have verbal NDA lifted. What, like, if you have some time now, dude, I can bring you in Discord and we can chat if you got some time. I wouldn't mind chatting to a PI person, getting him to spill some beans up in here. But I will say this, there's a lot to this game, and let's just kind of go over a little bit of what you said. I don't understand where Steven made the whole war boring to watch. He wanted you to kind of see the overall extent of, like, the objectives. That's why he was mostly on the dragon the whole time. I don't know. And again, everybody has their own kind of perceived notion as to what they personally expect. And then your next point is most people they show didn't know how to click buttons. Bro, let's just be honest. Like, most people Dude, Dank RNG, dude, what the heck? You're rating me? Oh my God, dude, welcome. Dude, thank y'all so much. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh my God. Dude, what's going on, dude? Good to see you, man. I'm just going over a comment that person in my chat left. People that play MMOs, especially this, they don't get to play with a lot. So let's just be honest. It comes down to people understanding, and if they don't know what they're clicking, a lot of times, like when I play in MMO, I have to learn the freaking pictures of the abilities, and then I have to look at tooltips, and especially when you have a whole shit ton of stuff on your bar, like you're just sort of like basically 1, 2, and 3 is your friend because you just don't know like all the abilities and their pictures, and wait, what does this button do? What does that button do? So it's gonna be like that. One guy just jumped around, didn't attack at all. Again, like you don't know the context of like what that person was trying to do. It could have been a bug. It could have just been lag. It could have been a whole bunch of things. The dragon was buggy as hell, animation wise. I don't know. Again, animations still need to be done. There's a lot of stuff that still needs to be polished, and Steven, of course, said that. You just said at the very last point that I just expect something completely different, I guess. If I would have looked away, I would think there was a Star Wars movie going on. Like, I just think that there's something that you have to understand when it comes to understanding alpha development of a game. You're going to see a lot of rough edges. But let's also just be honest here, too. I can pull up a video right now of World of Warcraft in a 40-man dungeon, or a 40-man raid, or even a 40-man battleground, I should say, a PvP skirmish. And it looks just as chaotic. It looks just as laggy. It looks just as of a mess, personally, than what we just saw and witnessed with Ashes of Creation. That's literally still in its alpha state. So, I don't know. Let me see. But yeah, guys, we got a whole bunch of questions answered. So right now, the cost of the mandate for activated Node War, we saw the cost. It was 1 copper. So again, it's all like testing bed purposes. But from what we can infer from the developers and how they talked about it, is that it's going to cost thousands of resources. And it's also going to have a 2 cost penalty. So you have to activate the commission, which takes gold and the mandate resource, but then it also takes the citizens contributing to the commission for it to be completed to then activate the node war, right? Let me see, extra loot drop chance to farm in your own node. Yes, and those are the other commissions that can also be activated from the mayor, so that if the citizens complete, they have those buffs, right? So let me see. Yeah, but are thousands of resources hard to get? It depends. Like, it depends on what kind of resources. Are they tier 1 materials, tier 2, tier 3? I think depending on what node you're initiating on, I think initiating a node war on a level 3 node is going to cost less resources than initiating maybe a tier 6 metropolis, right? So I think there's going to be varying degrees of dude, Arch and Ace, dude, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Thank you, man. It's going to be, I think, varying level of resource cost to node tier level equivalency, right? So I think there's going to be a lot at play there. See if I can have a little bit of chill music on in the background. So that's basically something that we know about, right? Or, oh my God. Potentially thousands of resources to activate the commission, plus activating the commission itself has a cost. which is good. Let me see, the mandate cost used to be high, and this is basically, I think Steven already kind of mentioned that wars are going to be a little bit more rarer, more common in Alpha 2 because of when this is testing purposes. There's going to be a lot of stuff that you're going to, you know, basically having to do multiple times over because we got to test these things. If they were happening rarer, then of course, what are we doing on a testing bed, right? Like we got to test these things. So the thing is that what is the process for obtaining declarations? They didn't really talk about that. It didn't seem like there was anything to obtain. Basically, whenever you are a mayor, you just have a list of different commission options at your disposal, and that preparing for war is just one of those options. So I guess you don't really need to do much. Yeah, you just commission it and that's it. Yeah, I'd say it's very by the like it's pretty simple, right? Like what you're planning on doing. So just activate the commission as a mayor. Let me see, objective-based PVX events, and I am so glad they actually mentioned this, is that Steven firmly said that there was going to be objectives depending on the node war type, which again, node war types, that's a whole other thing I want to talk about. So objective-based PVX events that are done during primetime hours. That is awesome. The fact that it's going to be PVX in nature. What are these events? So the thing is that these events are predicated on the node war type, right? So node war type, the fact that there's going to be one with XP loss, which is something I did not know they were going to do. That's actually pretty freaking poggies that they're going to do that. The other thing is that they're going to do, what was the other one? Like building control, or I forgot the term they used. Someone in chat, if you can say the term they used. But basically they're going to, if you win the war, you can halt, was it territory control? I don't think that was the term. Basically, like you're going to be able to halt building or like suspend building stuff like caravanseries, caravanseries, blacksmiths or whatever. So if you don't want certain building types, like basically it's the gamey reason of why you want to win this node war, because you know they have like a processing building that just hit level 5 and you don't want that node to have access to it because you don't like that node, or you don't like that whatever. You can basically, you know, do this node war and win it, and then now they don't have access to that building anymore for a period of time. That's pretty freaking amazing. Raichi, dude, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. So that's pretty freaking awesome. The fact that the mayors are also going to have specialized buffs and then mount abilities is also pretty freaking wicked, and it does make sense that they're pretty impactful because there's only one, right? There's one mayor per side, so that's going to make it really freaking interesting. And Delay, dude, so glad to see you, man. Welcome in. I hope you got to see the node stream at least, because it was pretty freaking amazing. We're going over right now. Let me see, several ways to put pressure on a node, and that's where the node war types literally come in. So let's do this real quick. So node war types. So what did we see? We saw territory control. There's going to be XP loss. There's going to be, like, I guess building control, you can call it that. Let me see, the video is up so you can check it out. Okay. Perfect. Let's go here. nodes. Okay. I'm just gonna, I don't think you want to see what I'm typing in or whatever. But so we have what does anyone remember all the different node types or node war types that he mentioned? He mentioned there was going to be a node war for territory control, building control, XP loss. Did he mention like a last man standing, or did I just confuse as to like what we talked about yesterday? 1353 has the precise node war types, but it's only territory control on the list right now. Yes, that's what they were currently testing. I remember later in the stream though, one of the developers gave like a list of what they're kind of thinking in their heads as far as like once we get an alpha 2, we're gonna have several types of node wars. Ones where you can initiate building control for the mayor. So if you win the node war against another node, as the mayor of the mayor of the node, you can initiate certain building types to be frozen. And the other thing too, I mentioned this and I said it, is that the XP loss, I think if a mayor initiates a node war that is intending for XP loss to be done, that mayor that initiated that mandate or that commission, if they lose, that node should lose experience. It should be on both sides. It shouldn't just be on one side hovering over their heads that, oh, we're going to lose experience for the node if we lose. The opposing side should experience that as well. There should be an even Stevens kind of thing, at least for that particular node war type. I'm not saying for building control that, oh, if you lose, then, the other mayor gets control of the building. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of opposed to where, this is a game of winners and losers. So if you opened your mouth and you started something you couldn't finish, maybe the other mayor should be able to control some buildings from you too. Like, I don't know. I just think that we always talk about risk versus reward, right? So like, why not? That's kind of like my whole thing with it. I'm trying to think of what other node war types would be really cool. I don't think a last man standing approach would be good, but I think and this is what I'll say. I think this is a great foundation of a node war system. However, capture the flag. Ooh, I love that. Capture the flag. Or even if you ever played Halo, Oddball, imagine if like there were certain like relics that you had to carry onto, or almost sort of like Legends of the Hidden Temple. You had to acquire like 3 pieces of a relic, and then once the relic is then put together, then you have to literally run to go and activate the relic at its statue. Imagine if that was the case, right? So it's like if a person's carrying a flag, but it's carrying like a totem, and you have to literally put that totem like on a certain pedestal for it to activate like another major relic, like a god spike kind of weapon. Imagine something like that. That would actually be pretty cool. But yes, I think there's going to be multiple node war types. And I'm still thinking, and guys, I don't know if you guys were thinking about this too, oh my God, someone gave me 100 bits. Dude, thank you so much I didn't even see that icon or whatever. Dude, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. But did y'all hear Steven when he says that, because I think Margaret asked the question of, can you activate a node war against any node? And they said, yes, you can. But logistically, how the hell does that work? Like, is anyone else kind of confused? Because like, if we go to the wiki and we look up the map, no, he did say level 3+, but I'm referring to like, if I'm in the Sand Squall Desert and I initiate a node war against a node in the Dunskill Mountains, how does that work logistically? Like, how does that work in the sense of our nodes are nowhere near each other? So the objectives, are there just going to be objectives that are going to be in the Sandsquall Desert and objectives that are going to be in the Dunskill Mountains? Like, you're basically then just doing PvE sort of things at that point, right? Like, you're not, because they're so far apart, how are you trying to kill the other citizens, like, from the other area? Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I feel like that's true war. It's all about logistics. I mean, you are right. It's like if the United States declared war on, you know, Russia, like, we're so far apart. Like, how does that work logistically? I mean, I could be wrong. I guess I want to see where the objectives would then be housed in the game, right? Because if they're that far apart, I'm just curious as to how that works. Like, as far as like POIs, you know, depending on the node war type, like how all of that's going to work, you know? Events are in areas at prime time, otherwise better stay away from our turf. Potentially. I think there's going to be certain areas you probably will stay out of the way because there is a node war being initiated. So I guess, like, don't fuck with these people kind of thing. So, I mean, I guess it truly does depend on, you know, what's going on there. I'd assume it's always on the defending side. Yeah, you probably need a friendly nearby. Yeah, like, I think that's where ultimately making friends in other completely different areas is really going to make sense. So yes, like, I do agree that it's going to be, like, interesting in that regard. Maybe that's the node has a navy that's pirating your ships. I'm also really curious as to how the naval aspect is going to work, right? Like, how is the naval aspect going to work with node wars? Because if you're going to be doing node wars, like, you need to be able to, like, yeah, I guess it's all like logistics at that point, right? So let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Oh. Yeah, all war is logistics. No, it is 100%. So I guess in my mind, like, I'm just trying to figure out the more gaming objectives. Because I guess in my head, wouldn't it be better to have, like, sort of like a central point, right? Like, meaning if you are, well, let's just say this example, right? Like, if you're in the Riverlands and you initiate war in somewhere here, shouldn't the objectives be somewhere in the middle? So, like, you basically meet halfway, they meet halfway, and everybody's just sort of battling here. Do you think that's how it should be? Or do you think it should be in respects to maybe a group of the citizens basically want to come to the Riverlands, and then the people from the Riverlands then come to the mountains? It's all about fighting a specific node. True. So I guess in that sense, if it's going to have to be, if you're declaring war on this node and this is the war node, then the objectives basically spawn at the warring node, and it doesn't matter where the initiation occurred. Is that what we're basically saying at this point? It would have to be in the different territories, not the central point, because those aren't their lands. That's a good point. I mean, that's a good point. I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, it's really about the node war and where it was enacted, and that's where the majority of the objectives are going to basically belong, right? Yep, and the defending side gets POIs on the attacker side. Defenders should be punished if the attackers declare from afar. Well, and I think honestly too, I think most people will probably initiate a node war within their area, right? So if you're in the June Dark, like you're probably going to be initiating a node war with some other node in there, because I think, again, this is just what I really believe. We have to understand that these areas are freaking massive. Like I said, just the Riverlands itself is bigger than the entirety of New World. Let's bring that into a perspective real quick. So in a sense, you're going to have people like you might as well consider these servers. Like, what server are you? Oh, I'm on the June Dark, or I'm in the Riverlands, or I'm in the Sunskull Desert. Like I'm in this particular one area, because I think of a lot of the resource gain, or a lot of the things that you're going to be doing is really going to be centralized to where your guild decides to basically plant their flag at, right? Like, that's ultimately like what it's going to be. So yeah, I definitely foresee cross-world merc mode wars. Oh yeah, I do too. I mean, it's going to be really interesting. And just curious, how did you guys feel about the objectives? Did you feel like the objectives were, do you feel like there was too little objectives to do? Or do you feel like there was a good amount of objectives, considering this was more of like a smaller private test? Because I think there should be actually a little bit more objectives. Because if there's thousands of citizens at a certain node, let's not say thousands, let's just say like hundreds. I think that's practically more so what's going to happen. Hundreds of citizens per node. I think there should be a little bit more objectives to be had, right? Let me see, when the game will be for public. So public, not for a while, probably years. Alpha 2, if you purchase an Alpha 2 key, that'll happen in the third quarter, more than likely in September. So yeah, my guild's army will be traveling the world to insert ourselves as mercs for sure in the war. Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm actually kind of glad that there isn't a gamey thing to hire mercs for your side of the war effort. I think those things, just like RP, should be through voice and through private channels and through private means. I don't think it should be some gamey thing as to you can see, oh, this guild hired this merc guild, you know, for help in the war effort, you know, kind of thing. Like, I think that shouldn't be on the game to do that. That should literally be on you as the mayor, or you and your connections to do that yourself. Say a node in the Snowy Mountains is controlled by a strong guild, and they asked a forest node to war deck a node in the desert that's near that forest. I think that's dependent on the war type. They said that the current setup is just one dude can do this, so I think the size will be way bigger. Yeah, I think the scope of the objectives needs to be bigger for Alpha 2 for sure. I think for this it was fine, because this is a very small test, right? And this was literally done within an hour and 20 minutes, right? But we also know that the node wars could basically last days. So that's also going to be really interesting to experience as well, right? Yeah, not a built-in system, a player integrated process. Yes, for the mercs, 100%. Merc guilds will be well known. Yes, merc guilds, I'm telling you, when you're on your own server, you will know all of the merc guilds on your server. 100%. Let me see, and they will live and die on that reputation. Better be winning them battles. Yes, 100%. Like, again, because if there's a merc guild that's known for losing, why are you going to hire that merc guild? And that's how certain merc guilds are just going to disband, because they're just not effective. No one's paying them for their services. If you're going to be in a merc guild, you have to be known on your server for executing on the things that you say you're going to execute on. If you're not, then your guild is going to fall apart, basically. This was just a tiny event. The true war will be consistent death of the warring node citizens. Yes, I think there's going to be a lot of death. There's going to be a lot of flag PvP. And this is why I keep telling PvPers not to worry, because so many PvPers literally think that there isn't going to be enough PvP in this game, which boggles my freaking mind. You have a caravan system, you have a guild war system, you have a node war system, you have a node siege system, you have a castle siege system, you have naval, like you have all these different things to basically do. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of nutty how much stuff you have to go off of for PvP. Like, and most people, like the PvEers, are then worried about open world PvP. I'm like, dude, I think these PvPers are going to be completely busy doing all of the stuff that doesn't negatively impact their character, right? Like corruption, like debuffs, like you know, all of the things that happen to you when you die. Like when you're interacting with these systems, you don't have to worry about those penalties. And as a PvPer, if you want to go on a PvP spree, that's the way to do it. It's not going to be killing people in the open world randomly that it's flagged green. Like, that's not the way to do it. So it's, like I said, I don't think the PvPers have anything to worry about. And this actually makes it really awesome for PvEers because you know that all the hardcore PvPers are going to be distracted doing other shit. So, yeah. Let me see, Vlhadus, I pinged you in the Discord. You're going to love this. Oh, you're going to want to share it on stream? Oh, God. Okay, what happened? Where did you? Okay. Oh, look at this. Thank you, Kyrian. Let me see. So we all know y'all were level 15. How in depth were the skill trees that y'all had access to? Were you able to customize how you wanted to play, or was it all preset? Linux says you can customize. There were far more talents than you had points to spend. Ooh. Are these events during a war set at specific times in advance, or is it continuously ongoing at all hours and random? As a healer, I can go into an AoE build, DPS build, an AoE build, a DPS build, a single target heal build, melee friendly build, etc. Oh my God. Q, dude, what's going on, man? In a Q&A with a bunch of the PIs right now. Let me know if you have any questions. Dude, where the hell is Phantom? Is he busy? He probably is working like I am. I would assume he's freaking working. Hold on. Hold on. I have a couple of friends that are in PI. Let me see if, because I haven't messaged anybody. Let me see if I can message some of my PI contacts and see if they can get on a Discord call with me and we can ask questions. I know some of them might be busy. It is during the day. Let me see. Just reaching out to a couple of people, see who can ping me first. Well, Stradivarius90, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome. And thank you. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Really, really appreciate it. Dude, we're almost about to hit 400 follows, man. This is gonna be crazy. If you have the Envious Discord, they're doing it in the public channel. I don't have the Envious Discord. Gotta go. We'll watch the VOD. Have a great rest of the stream. Yeah, Silver D, thank you so much for watching, man. We'll see you later, man. He's saving the info for his show. I would assume so. I would assume so. They lifted the verbal NDA for PI. So I'm trying to see who's available to talk. Where's DA at? I figured. It's like every PI person is literally busy talking to people. That's so freaking funny, man. Oh my god. Oh, Loreforge, dude. Holy crap. Holy shit. We just hit over a... Oh my god. This is freaking nuts. Loreforge, dude. What's up? How is everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wow, look at this. This is crazy. Fupo, what is going on, man? Go get a sandwich. Yeah, go get a sandwich. Holy crap. This is like, this is insane. Oh my God. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We're literally just, I'm trying to get someone from PI to come in. Phantom, are you busy? I see you in chat. Are you busy? Can you talk for a few? All right. DA said that he can talk to me in a little bit. All right. I just told him to message me when he's free. All right. There's just a lot that, oh my God, if we can get information on this, like, holy cow. A legendary. Oh my God. Oh my God. Phantom, are you available? Hold on. I'm calling my boy. Yo, yo. No, what happened? Let me know when I can call you, Phantom. I thought you answered. Again? Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Hey, what's up?
Oh my God, dude. You can finally speak. He can speak.
I mean, for a little bit.
For a little bit, dude.
You got Fupo in chat.
What was that?
Said I gotta be careful because you got Fupo in chat, so.
Oh God. Well, he went to go make a sandwich so we can talk quick. So, dude, okay. Let's ask some questions real quick. I gotta turn off the music for this. Oh my God. So why did they lift the verbal NDA? Like, is it going really well?
I don't know that they ever gave us a reason, actually.
Wow. They just said you guys can talk like you're good?
We got a hint that it might be happening, and then they just said, we're going to let you all chat. I think because it's going so good. I also, it's a very long stream, so you obviously get to see a lot of what's going on. So it's not like there's really anything to hide, per se.
Right.
Because you're watching it happen. So, but yeah, we were told after recording that they were going to consider it, and we got the green light today. So,
okay,
everybody's like, hell yeah, let's chat because there's a lot to chat about.
Okay, so classes, I got to know about classes. What class were you playing?
Yeah, I was going to say, let me be careful here because I only played the cleric, so I can speak to some of the other abilities that I saw, but primarily just cleric.
All right, cleric. So when it comes to the cleric, now I just from what I just saw on chat that there was actually a lot of different playstyle options when it comes to the abilities. And again, y'all were leveling. You were only what, like level 25 or level 15? Like, or it
15.
depends on the play stuff. Okay.
15.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's level
Steven
15.
was 30. I want to throw that out there. Everybody keeps giving me crap about him killing me and calling it out, but he was 30.
He was level 30. What a
Yes.
cheater! Oh
Nah, it's all
my!
good. It's us fun.
So okay,
It was lit. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. So.
Oh yeah. So like, how did it feel like as far as like lag? Like whenever you're on the client, does it feel really smooth?
Yeah, so we're allowed to talk about all 6 tests. So initially it was rough.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I mean, you would expect,
you know,
that, right?
just
I mean, it's
disconnects, slow, you know, frame rates, memory leaks. But by that recording session, things were great.
yeah.
You know, that final push there where Steve, or whether actually it wasn't Steven, but where they're channeling the God Spike. You know, you have everybody concentrated in one space. There's a lot of spell effects going on. Things felt great. Like I didn't stutter. I didn't have any problems by the end, which was really nice. I mean, they very rapidly fixed stuff. So.
Oh my God. Okay. So basically when it comes to the feel, it felt the smoothest when it comes to the Node War stuff. As far as combat stuff.
Well, that also is feeling really good. And actually, I think anybody in PI would tell you, I have not seen one person say, oh, this class is shit. Like everybody, whatever they're playing, you know, because we all kind of focused in on our own classes. Everybody loved it. I mean, the classes are in a really good spot. So.
Dang. Okay. So how were you able to use different weapons as the cleric? Were you able to see like how the wand felt comparatively to like a sword, comparatively to like a mace, or like how did the weapon choice feel? Did it feel impactful? Did it feel like?
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, you could choose any weapon, any armor. There were some quirks, you know, some bugs and stuff. It is alpha, so like something like a helm you couldn't wear with this class, but that was pretty rare. So my approach, which was actually I think I'm the only one that sort of took this battle priest approach, you know, where everybody else kind of focused on more of the cloth armor, but wands. You know, I had mail armor. You know, I had a hammer, I had a shield. So you get to, you got to spec how you wanted, which is part of the amazing part, right? Because even in this state, like how I played the cleric was very different than a lot of other people played the cleric. And that's just with the skill tree we have and with the armor that we had. And the armor is by no means fleshed out either. But you know, you think about that, you added in, you know, second classes, augments, enchants, weapon trees, like it's gonna be crazy.
Oh my God. So you have all of that laterality, because it feels like when we see the talent tree, it looks so bare bones, but like and then again, I think a perception that I have is that, are we truly going to have this many abilities at level 15, or is this just for testing purposes? And then when the game launches, we're only going to have access to like 4. You know what I mean? Like, so it feels good to have all these abilities now, but then when we get into the actual live client, we realize, oh, this was the intent all along, for only us to have 5 abilities or 4 abilities, you know?
Yeah, I don't know that I can. I mean, from what we played, it made sense. Like, I don't think it would not make sense to leave everything in. You didn't feel overpowered. There were choices I couldn't have. I mean, you did have to make meaningful choices. You couldn't just spec into everything. The nice part too is you know, I think in some games when you are actually speccing through a tree, you know, there's some choices that's like, this really doesn't really do much, but I have to spend a point in order to go on to the next level. You know, here, everything, they were all meaningful choices. Like if you had a purpose for what you were choosing.
Okay. So I'm just curious, like, so when it comes to the test, so you guys tested Node Wars. This was several times. Like, what other significant tests did y'all do besides Node War stuff? Did y'all test sieges, or?
We are only allowed to talk about Node Wars. So.
Oh, really? You're only allowed to talk?
Well, the tests that occurred in Node Wars, I will say that the tests that we are allowed to talk about were all Node Wars.
Okay. So when it comes to the world, were you able to like actually venture out into the Riverlands, or was every test so centralized that you couldn't really go out and like look at the Riverlands in a more broader way, or go into certain areas or zones or anything like that?
I mean, you could move about a little bit, though, and the world was there to look at, but this is focus testing, so there really wasn't time to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said, Fupo. I'm holding true to it. That's why I said just Node Wars.
Yeah. Okay.
Just the 6 Node War tests.
Okay.
So,
okay, that's fine. Now that I have the context in my head, I thought there were 6 tests you all did in general.
No, these were all Node Wars.
Okay, all Node War stuff. And so
But to further answer that question, I mean, yes, I could go chop a tree, I could go harvest.
Right.
We didn't really have time for that. I mean, you're really in there focused specifically on the task at hand, which was Node Wars. So.
Right. And so because you guys were able to do a little bit of profession stuff, like, can you talk about profession stuff, or only is it?
We only tested Node Wars. So
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could harvest. I mean, we had to harvest, right? Gems,
right. The gems and stuff like that. I mean, and how did that feel? Like, how was the gathering and everything? Did it feel like it? Because again, I think New World kind of holds the kind of standard that people are hoping for gatherables.
Mm-hmm.
Does it feel similar to New World, or even better than New World?
Yeah, I mean, the animations, the time, the length of, I mean, it all felt really pretty good. Of course, it's still alpha, but okay. I mean, I had there were no problems, no glitches with harvesting the gems and things like that. So.
Okay. And was it hard to identify the opposition? Like, because I mean, it felt like sometimes like I mean, I guess it's because you just see red, right? So red is kill kind of thing. But like, was it hard to, I guess, determine if this is like an NPC mob or this is an actual person? Was it really hard sometimes to tell the difference between like the two? Because it looks like stuff can get very jumbled very quickly.
I mean, not towards the end. Initially in the first sort of test, there was they've adjusted a lot of stuff on feedback, which has been nice. They've listened to all the, like, we've actually spent quite a bit of time on feedback after the sessions were done. Initially, there were a lot more NPCs sort of in that central area where the God Spike was, and that could become hard.
Wow!
Because you could have, I mean, there were probably 20. I want to say at least 20. I don't know, 2 dozen NPCs in that small area, which could make it difficult. But the feedback that was given was that this makes it hard. It makes it hard to know what you're doing. You're kind of constantly getting attacked. So that number was adjusted. It's where it was much easier.
Okay.
And
so was like, how can you talk about feedback, or like I guess the question I have is, like, when you do a play session and then the play session's over, do y'all do like a powwow in Discord about like relaying what y'all felt about the session and about how it felt to do what y'all just played?
Yeah, they're asking us questions. I mean, there's an active component of give us feedback. I mean, they're obviously looking at server data and stuff like that too, but
right.
They very much want to know how players feel like it plays.
Okay.
And there were changes. Another one that I think was commented on in chat was the tank walls. Initially they had a stun associated with them.
Ooh.
And it was especially when you got to the God Spike. If a team had 5-6 tanks on them, it was just constant stuns. It was crazy. But feedback's given, and that's changed. So.
Yeah, I don't like the animation of the wall. I think the wall just looks so out of place comparatively to everything else. Like, you can just see it. It almost, and again, it looks very work in progress, but I think we're going to definitely see more iterations of that wall, because that's a tank ability, right?
Oh yeah, right. That's great.
So let me see. Was because you played the healer, there's been this thing where people have been saying that healers are really OP. So, like, is that true? Because it looks like if you have a pocket healer, you're just not gonna die.
No, I don't think that's true. I guess I'd have to know where they think it's OP, because there's again, there's different ways to play. I mean, I still died. I mean, Steven.
Oh yeah, right.
Steven sat there and said, "Phantom X is, dead or something." So I would not say they're OP. If you have a good group,
right,
that is coordinated, that knows what to expect from each other, what they're doing, you're going to roll. If you have a group that doesn't really know what's happening, doesn't really play well together, then it's it's going to look like the other team with the healer is OP. But I think I had several situations where I was killed. So
damn, okay.
It feels good, but I think every class feels good at this point.
Was the bard available for testing, or is that still not like?
No, we did not have a bard.
Right. So basically, no summoner, no bard, no rogue. Every other class.
Yeah, everything that Steven's mentioned.
Okay. And then as far as races, like I still didn't see dwarves. Like, so is the only race options still like human, Vec, and Pyre?
It was Kalar and Vec.
Oh, just Kalar and Vec. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dang. I don't know if there's any other. Let me see. Will CCs have diminishing returns? Do you know if that's going to be a thing as far as the hard stuns and stuff?
Yeah, Fupo said it will, but it's just not in yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Them walls, those first couple of sessions, like you were just stunned all to hell. So,
what was the stun like? How long was it? Like a 3-second stun?
Not super long, but when there were several chained together, it starts that up. So,
yeah. Okay. Is there any other questions you guys have? I mean, honestly, like I felt like there was a lot of information. I will ask one other question. Did y'all test any other node war types than just the one that was present?
What you saw is what we tested.
Okay. Well, damn. I mean,
yeah.
How did you? Or this is another question. How did y'all feel about the segmented health bars? Do you think?
Yes.
Do you think that's something that from not knowing how much health a certain other person has, is that like a scary feeling? Does it make you feel more hesitant when you're like out in the open war?
I mean, you definitely second guess what you're going to do. You're not exactly sure how much your spell's going to actually remove from them. Is it going to kill them? Is it not going to kill them? I actually liked it. I think it's a much better way to play. It makes you think better, think harder about what you're going to do.
Right.
So it's a little different, but I enjoyed it. I don't really have any bad things to say about it.
Okay. And what about the cloaks? Because was the cloaks just something that when you initiate a node war, your cloak just transforms to be more of an identifier of, I'm red, opposition's blue?
I don't know about long term, but for this test, the cloaks were specific to the side, so they were
right.
Given to us. I don't know what the long term plan for that is, but we had definitely Team Winstead and Team Miraleth. I was Team Winstead for those who didn't know.
Yeah, you're the one who won, right?
No, but
wait, Winstead won or Winstead lost?
Miraleth won.
Oh yes, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I will tell that story on the Ashen Forge, the real story.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
gonna
let you go, Phantom. I know your work, you're doing stuff, and I really appreciate you just coming in, having a little powwow chat with us about some of the stuff. I'm glad that y'all had a great time. It really, again, kind of affirms to me that I still think they have a good way to polish, but it also affirms to me that there isn't anything going on that is like problematic. So
no.
Or go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's an alpha. It's got bugs. It's got a lot of ways to go, right? But it was fun. I mean, that was lit. What you saw, we were having a lot of fun. So, and they listened. Things were changing. I mean, like I said, the performance improved, and it's just all around. I think in a good place. So
okay, yeah. Well, I really appreciate the time that you had, man, and I look forward to tuning into the Theory Forge podcast this Sunday, so you can I can hear about what's the true story about this particular war. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Miraleth knows. So, yes.
All right, man. Well, again, it's so good to see you, man. You have a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
See you.
Dude, Phantom is he's so goated. He's so goated. Hearts in chat for Phantom, man, because he reached out, talked. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that is going to go into this particular system. I truly hope that this is going to be a system that stands the test of time, because we need it to, right? Like, I don't want people to get burnt out on this system. This system is going to be so integral to the longevity of this game. And believe me, like with New World, there was only one type of war that ever went on. It was the same thing in the same location, actually, all the time. This is going to happen at several, like at all the locations, basically. Different objectives, different war types. I actually don't see this being as a old hat. You know what I mean? But I still want them to be rare. I think if you can experience a node war like once every 2 or 3 weeks, like I think that's pretty good. You know, I truly think that. I think that'll be a really good thing. Fupo more like loose. Dude, I wish I could have seen the banter, man, in Discord between freaking Winstead and Marileth. Oh my god, dude. But I honestly, to me, this game, like it looks to me that the client, when you boot up the game, I'm sure that the visual fidelity is so much better. And you know, especially with DLSS being implemented now in the game, hey, get your NVIDIA graphic card ready, boys, because it's going to be the way to play this game. Like I have my 2060 Super here that I'm going to upgrade. And I know the 5000 series is literally going to debut in October of this year. So I'm probably going to wait. Like I'm probably going to stick with my 2060 Super until I can get like a 5080. You know, or even like a 5080 Super. And I'm talking more about when the game actually launches, because that's something the game's going to launch in like 2027. You know, if it all goes really good, maybe 2026, like late Q3 or 4, 2026. But I'm still thinking, you know, 2027. Let me see. Are there going to be any major implications of node wars apart from temporary loot bonuses given to the winner? Yes, depending on the node type. The node type will basically have various or completely different rewards. So there's going to be a node war type that will take a node experience away from the losing node. There's going to be another node war type where the winner of the node war will take control and suspend certain building types in the losing node. So there's going to be multitudes of different reasons as to why a person would want to initiate a node war on a specific node. And I think those things are going to be really good. And of course, it's going to be for the winners. You're going to have a whole bunch of stuff that you're going to be able to earn, like experience, gold, glint, you know, all that stuff. It's going to be really, really, really good. Arizothan, dude, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Welcome. So yes, funding enemy nodes is to take experience from an allied node you want to grow out, man. Well, here's the thing. So there was a quick question in the Q&A where they said, can a node de-level? And Steven said no. But how does that work? In my opinion, a node needs to de-level. If you're 15% into tier 4 and you lose the node war where let's say that specific node war type is to lose 25% of your node experience, well, like you should de-level and go back to being level 3 at like 90 or 85% experience, right? To me, it just makes sense. Like and again, maybe we will practically go in and see that that's not the case. However, if you can't do that, then what should be the case is that a node will experience debt, like actual experience debt that they have to crawl back out of, almost like a negative experience at that point. So that could be the other thing as to like, oh, we lost our 15% experience, but now we're negative 10% experience to go back up to 0, right? How would you go about de-leveling with all the systems involved? Siege is a big deal, win or die. Well, the thing is that with a siege, you just don't de-level a node. It goes back to 0. So if it was level 4 or level 5, you go from level 4 or level 5 back to down to wilderness. To me, a node war still needs to be impactful, because the other thing I've said, especially if you're going to initiate the node war type to lose experience, this is why I suggest to Intrepid to make it a risk on both sides. That if there's a 25% XP loss, if the initiators lose, right? The mayor that initiated the node war, if they lose, they should also lose. Oh my God, Chibri, dude. Chibri, thank you so much for the freaking 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you. Super nice. Thank you. Then that initiator of the node war type should lose experience. And hey, if they're at level 15%, they should de-level. They lost the war, right? So to me, it makes sense, but I understand if once we get in there, if that doesn't feel good to the player, then I'm all for having experience debt with node XP loss, right? So don't de-level them, but have them go into negative experience. That's my thing. Node sieges apparently take equal effort to initiate as the target node takes to level. Yes. So basically the node siege, let me go back here. Node sieges are going to be a really big endeavor. And I think the node war is a precursor to the node siege, right? So if you are, because again, you can initiate a node war. And basically with the node war, if you just wanted to take them down a peg, right? Like let's say if de-leveling did actually occur, then maybe you don't need to actually siege them because you just don't want them to be at a certain bracket, because then you can actually level out another node and that node will hit level 4 or level 5 because now this node's level 3. Because again, once you hit a certain level, you start locking out other nodes. So that's sort of the approach, right, to it all. Let me see. Phantom, did you evolve your build over time? Like, honestly, like I truly think with the classes, like I'm really excited that people are saying this because it was such a worry of mine that you weren't going to be able to really have like a choice in the matter, that there was just going to be these very like, you know, abilities that are very OP and you just have to use them. So if you're not using them, you're doing them wrong. You know what I mean? So like, that's sort of the thing. Let me see. I think de-leveling a node in any war seems amazing. It gives vassal nodes a chance back at becoming a parent node. If a vassal node is pissy, they can do some stunning underground talks in another node to give them declare war on their parent node. Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of cool ways as to how de-leveling a node, just one level, like nothing crazy, but only if they don't have the experience necessary. Like if they have 50% experience, right? And they lose the node war, and let's say the node war only takes away 25%, then they just go from 50% experience to 25% experience, right? Like it's not a big deal. Gandalf Shalom, dude, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Thank you. Let me see, if you have not hung out in the Vlhadus stream before and like what you see, please be here to prime sub, dude. Oh, thank you, Chibri, Vertec. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. You don't have to do that. Yeah, tank feels really good. Dude, honestly, like I really hope they give us a tank stream. I would actually give us a twofer. Give us a tank stream and a bard stream simultaneously. Oh my God, Roar. I did have a prime sub. Oh, dude, thank you, Roar. Thank you. XP debt seems more reasonable than de-leveling. Yeah, and again, like I said, I'm for both. All I'm saying is that if the initial reaction is to not de-level, then debt XP should exist, right? Because then the meta will just be, oh well, we'll just be at 0% experience the whole time, you know, because we don't lose anything for this node type, right? So I don't know. To me, it just makes sense. Let me see, bard debt over de-level, or XP debt over de-level. Yeah, and like I said, I'm not firm in either direction. All I'm saying is that there still needs to be a cost associated, is what I'm saying. Like that's ultimately like what I hope. Let me see, Steven's character seems to have new running and lean-in animations. Well, I again, guys, you have to understand, everything that we've been seeing is all stuff that they've been polishing for a long period of time. Like, and I still actually want to do a live stream where we go back. I want to show people what the early days looked like in Ashes. Like, let's go back to 2017 for a little bit. You think like some people are like aren't happy with it now? Bro, let me not even show you what was 2017, or let me not show you what happened in 2018. Like there is some stuff that, you know, you probably would like, wait, what? You know? Oh my God. Slurp, dude, Corey, you didn't have to do that, man. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you, man. Yeah, go look at APOC. Yeah, I've seen APOC footage. I mean, again, I don't think APOC looked terrible, but I mean, clearly, I mean, it didn't look as good as what you're seeing now. Yeah, APOC almost lost me. Yeah, I think a lot of people were turned off by APOC, but I also think there was a lot of stuff they were doing. There was like the whole battle pass thing, and then yeah, they kind of scrapped it, and they just scrapped APOC altogether. Ultimately, as someone who didn't play APOC, I'm glad it existed because it at least showed them some of the integral fundamental backend systems that needed to be overhauled. And without doing APOC, they wouldn't have discovered those things. So I'm kind of grateful for it, even though I didn't play it, because they found out those things, right? It mainly only existed as a testing environment. Yeah, no, of course. I can totally see it being that. Yeah, it was clearly a test bed. I wish I played APOC for one reason alone. I want the the Emperor Dragon skin. Dude, there are so many skins that I look at and I'm like, bro, why can't I have that skin? Like, I want that skin so bad. Dude, there are so many ship skins that look so good. I don't have a single ship skin. Not one. I looked at my packs and I was like, every pack that I got did not have a freaking ship skin. And I'm like, oh God, like why? And there were some really good ship skins, man. And then some of the people that, you know, I knew from, you know, back in the day, like, oh, look at the ship skin I have. And I'm like, dude, shut up, dude. No one likes you. I don't know. It's so good. Oh, dude, is it the husky pet with the sword on its side? Yeah, I think there was a couple of really cool dog pets. And I'm really glad dogs exist in this game. Like, I really do. I want them to have, dude, just come out with all the dog breeds, please. Like, I would love to have my dog, my Kona dog. Oh, Kona. I would love to have my dog on here. Maybe not Chihuahuas though. Those you don't have to do those. You can just leave those alone. But every other dog, I wouldn't mind, like, you know, a lot of different dog breeds and stuff like that. Or even some takes on some dog breeds. Is the Steven interview still standing? As to my knowledge, we are locking a date down. That's to my knowledge. So once I have a date, then I will give you guys a date. That is to my knowledge. So I heard this morning that I go meow, cat died. Any devs in chat, please immortalize that precious cat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, this is crazy. Guys, this stream was I have to literally process this stream. This stream was a lot of information. Like, I have to go back because I don't think there was probably several big points of information that was in this stream. And I have to catalog that, and I'm sure Lex is not gonna like cataloging the stream because there was so much information. I remember the last stream that Lex was like, oh my God, which was the that one PowerPoint presentation where they had like the commissions, the mandates, the policies, like all of that stuff. Like, that was, oh my God, like Lex had a field day with that stream. There was just so much stuff to put in chat. Planetdorf is cheating the speed modifier there. Dude, Planetdorf, oh my God. Is your name Nathan? Planetdorf? Just so I know, because it looked like you were in the shot. Okay. It's good to meet you, Nathan. Seriously, thank you. I'm sure being a producer for this game and keeping the devs on track is definitely a task. But you guys are the miracle workers to keep it on a schedule. So if anybody knows a date of when A2 is going to launch, it's Nathan. He has to know. He's my producer, so his life sucks. my god. He will need the pocket heals. Yeah, dude. Honestly, like I just saw Nathan just chopping trees down and getting those rubies and, you know, basically trying his best to get those objectives done for his group, man. Dude, Corey, were you in the test? I didn't see you. Were you testing or were you actually like working? I'm just curious. That's the Pokemon bullshit every day. Oh my god. But yeah, I don't know. It can't be July. I'm guessing August. My bet September. Oh, dude, it's September. It's September. Like, again, they said Q3 because they want to give them as much time as possible. So I say September. It could be the end of August. Who knows? I don't know. But all I'm saying is, think about it like this. When has Intrepid, when they do a monthly live stream and they pre-recorded a live stream and they said, hey, we have the pre-recorded done and it's only the second Friday. Let's just do it now. We already have it done. Let's give it to them now. Or do they wait the last Friday of the month? They wait till the last Friday of the month, guys. Like, just like any gaming company, the more time you can give the developers to polish, the better. That's just what it is. Like, they want to be able to make this the best possible experience. Once you get in the Alpha 2, they want it to feel good. And the only way they can do that is to have the most amount of time possible. Like, it's just what it is. I wasn't in the recording. I just got back from a vacay and had to get back on the game. Oh my god, dude. Well, I hope you had a great time on your vacation, man. I hope you went somewhere really fun. Am I the only Winsteader? Is everybody else in Miralith in chat? It's like Phantom's alone over here. I'll be your pocket healer, Phantom. I'll be your pocket healer. I'll heal you. My god. When your healer needs a pocket healer. That's right. That's freaking crazy, man. All right, guys. Well, I gotta go, man. I am supposed to be working. Did I get any emails? I gotta eat some food. I am starving. Okay, so I didn't get any emails. That's good. But guys, yeah, I'm gonna. Is there anybody streaming Ashes right now? Is it me? Or is there anybody else streaming? Let me look. Ah, okay. We got Lude Lloyd. I see Lude Lloyd on there. He only has 3 people. Let's make his day real quick. There we go. All right, guys. I'm going to initiate this raid in a little bit. I can't thank y'all enough. This was an insane stream for me. The biggest stream I've ever done in my history of streaming so far. You guys made it possible. I want to thank every single one of you guys for coming on, hanging out, reacting, enjoying the stream along with me. If you followed, thank you so much. If you hit the sub on YouTube, thank you so much. If you gave any subs in Twitch, thank you so much. You guys just make it so awesome to stream this game and be a part of this community. Thank you guys. Ipez, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. All right, let's go and raid Lude Lloyd. He's streaming some Ashes stuff, giving some commentary on the game, while I'm gonna go hang out with my wife and eat some amazing food. So you guys have a great time. I will see you guys maybe later on tonight. I think I might come back tonight, reassessed, refreshed. I might come back tonight at my usual time. We'll see. All right. You guys have a good day.
What's up, Fubo? How you doing today? Oh my god, Vlhadus with a party of 90? Holy sh... What's up, guys? Phantom, thank you for coming. Thank you for the follow. Holy shit, that is so many people. Welcome. You did say raid was coming. I was not expecting that. What up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Oh my gosh, thank you for coming. Verino24,